Hello again, and welcome to the semi-finals of the World Othello Championships. The Swiss section of the tournament has been completed, and we are going to be watching the two semi-finals between Nagano and Kurita, and Anelli and Barassi. It's interesting because there's only going to be one Japanese player in the final because Nagano and Kurita are playing against each other. So won't both be able to go into the final. So we will see who prevails out of them and who is able to represent Japan in the final. And we will also be switching to table 2 sometimes to follow Barassi versus Anelli.
Am I correct in thinking that they've already started?
They have already started.
So if we could go to the game, that would be brilliant.
It's also... Yeah, so, yep, they have started. It's important to note that in terms of fantasy Othello, of course, the semi-finals, the playoffs, and the finals all count towards your score. So having either any of the semi-finalists will be a good thing.
And we're joined in the studio by Joseph Rose and mind blank. Tanida, and they've been with us all week, and they will be commenting with particular interest on the Japanese game. We will cut across to the other game periodically to see how things are progressing there.
So this seems to be a black's turn, and black may be considering move f3 or b5.
I've noticed that in many of the games we've commentated so far, which have been quite a few, f3 always seems to be a very important square in the opening. It feels like every game we've been like, they're thinking about f3. Is there a reason why that is?
Well, it's well in the center, and by moving to f3 will not make white effective as a new move. So it may sound good to me.
I think there may also be. So there's the 4 squares: f3, c3, c6, and f6. Which are all in the same place on the board. And they're all important squares.
Of course.
But I think there's an element of who plays the first move in which orientation dictates the opening orientation.
My favourite first move is e6.
My favourite...
But I've noticed that good players tend to prefer d3 a lot more, which is annoying to play against, in my humble opinion. But if they all play that, then that will be why it tends to be f3.
Well, I remember when I first started playing, nearly everybody played the first same move. But then when you started playing online, if you played the first move, it was a different first move to other people than if they played you over the board. And so it just got a lot more varied. But my favourite's f5.
f5?
Yeah.
That's weird. That's sideways.
It is sideways.
So all your openings look sideways. That's strange. I don't believe that there's a separate stream showing table 2. There are only the 2 tables, as it's a semi-final. And we will try to be switching between them to cover both. Obviously, this one's the clash of the Titans.
A bit unfair on the other two, who are both multiple world champions.
True. But the 2 Japanese players are always the ones that are exciting to watch because they're...
A bit unfair on the other two. You're talking about
again.
Barassi, who played the X square at 19.
Yes, of course. But what I'm saying is that this decides who represents Japan at the World Othello Championships final.
True.
That's massive.
True. A clash of anybody from the same country in a semi-final is a big game.
The other semi-final is massive as well, but it decides who represents the rest of the world against Japan in the final.
And it's worth noting that there is an Italian language feed on the Italian FNGO website, and there is a Japanese feed on the Japanese Othello Association YouTube stream as well.
Okay, so why don't you get back to the actual position of this game? I mentioned about the move F3, and for beginners, we usually think in the beginning of the game to take inner discs as much as possible. So if it were a white turn, actually it is black's turn. If it were a white turn, white could move maybe something like F2 or G3. So having said this, yeah, actually this is the black's turn. So black's F3 must come earlier than white F2, because after F2, black has either one of move in E2 or F3 in that region. And before coming F2, black going to F3 and keeps another move after black F3, white F2, black E2. That's the way we think.
Right, because I was looking and I thought B5's quite a nice move for black as well. But what you're saying is where white has good moves, it's good for black to play there first because it interferes with the white good move.
Exactly. So
Kurita and Nagano have obviously played each other already in the tournament. Kurita has currently won all of his games so far, which is really impressive. Kento Arano last year was on 12.5 out of 13 after the Swiss section of the tournament. So drew one game against Arthur Joignet last year. We asked Nagano, following his loss to Kurita in the Swiss section, will he have any plans if he comes up against Kurita again? Because in the last game he had a whole line prepared, which Kurita responded to in dominant fashion. He wasn't too keen on giving any of his secrets away, as you'd expect, but it will be interesting to see what he does differently here, whether he has a plan to take down the dominant run of Kurita.
Yeah, I've never been in that position myself where I'm a favourite for a tournament with a final. So there must be something that's going on in your head when you play someone in the earlier rounds and you're thinking, can I reach the final without giving away my secret weapon, the thing that I've really prepared? Or
yes,
do I need to use it now to reach the final and then worry about the final when I get there? And it is actually quite often you'll find that the same opening is played between two players in the rounds, in the Swiss part, and then in the final you'll find the same opening happening again, but one of the players, normally the one who loses, varies it at some point. So they've gone away, they've looked at the game and they've said, okay, well this is the point where it got tricky. So that's not uncommon.
And you might not think that there's a kind of psychological element to the game at the top level, but to come up against someone that's won 13 out of 13 games, 14 out of 14 including the... No, Kurita obviously wasn't in the playoffs, so 13 out of 13 games, in a fashion that led him to say, apart from his game against Arthur, he found all his games relatively easy. It's going to be a tough challenge mentally for Nagano to overcome that and see Kurita as someone that can be beaten.
The camera seems to have frozen. I think I'm seeing players playing moves that aren't appearing on the board.
You don't know about Othello with invisible discs and hands and everything. Could we switch to the digital board quickly then, so we can show...
Well, we don't know the moves that have been made after
from
this.
Live Othello.
From Live Othello, okay.
Could we switch to the digital board, please? Thank you.
Okay, so the moves that have been made that haven't shown up on the camera are... Have you got the right orientation?
Move 17 is G4 is opposite way, B5. Yes, black played B5 for move 17, and afterwards...
Which actually denies your F2 as well.
E8 means D1, white D1, and F3, and F2. Yes, that's the way the actual game.
Okay, so that's where we are in the actual game.
Yeah, so we are seeing some technical difficulties there, but they'll be fixed. Shall we talk about this position quickly and then have a look at table 2?
Okay, we've got the right position on the camera again now.
Are there any thoughts on this position? Or are they both just playing out an opening?
Well, they're both thinking, so I'm assuming they're both out of book. But that would surprise me if Nagano was out of book, just because his book is so big. And actually, yeah, I haven't seen how quickly he's played after Kurita's moves. But it's still a fairly even position. Both players have got central discs, both players have got discs on the outside. Both players have got quite natural moves.
Yeah, so all round just a considered position from both.
Yeah. And unless I'm missing something.
No.
Are we able to look at table 2 quickly?
Just to see how that is progressing.
Just so we can keep you updated, and so Alessandro commenting for the Italians is happy. Here we go. And this is Anelli versus Barassi.
And if you want a bird's eye view of that board, can we suggest you go to liveothello.com?
While staying here, of course. You can do both.
Yeah, while staying here, of course, at the same time. But you can get a good digital representation of that.
Yeah, so Anelli here is playing white, Barassi is playing black. It's black's move. What do you think about this position?
I'm just getting it up on Live Othello so I can actually see it, not at this angle.
Yes.
But
it's an amateur. When you're playing in a tournament, you don't stand above the board and look down. This is realistic.
Yeah, just by overseeing this board, black's turn and F4 seems good. This is very short comment.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, F4 takes internal discs, and black also would like to take F4, so it's a good reason to play it.
Yeah.
But it's black's move. Oh yeah, right. Okay. So black F4 is incredibly natural.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think to me, I don't know, white seems to have some straggly discs that I would be scared of at my level, with them poisoning all my other moves. Obviously, these are top players, so they probably have it under control.
Yes, but the C2 disc for black. Okay. I'm wondering what the best orientation is. The C2 disc for black, as we're seeing it on the screen, gets in the way of quite a lot of things as well.
Yes, and maybe black's one of the black's concern is after black F4, white F3.
Yeah.
It's a good move. So another idea I come up with is black C6 now, but that way white will play F4. So these two lines complete comparison of these lines. Still, black f4 may be
Did you mean
be
c6?
better. Yeah, if black play to f3, I mean f4, white may come to f3.
Yes, yes.
So preventing this move, black c6 first may be another idea. Yes, to deny the white f3 afterwards.
Right, but do you mean c7?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine.
C7, sorry.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I missed something.
I didn't know whether you were using the same orientation.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so you're saying C7 would take the C6 disk, and then after F4, which has actually just been played, white wouldn't have access to F3, but Barassi has actually chosen to play F4, and so we expect Anelli to play F3, which is totally internal, very central discs.
Yeah, so an interesting game there. Could we switch back to Kurita versus Nagano? Here we go. We've seen with the Japanese players that if one of them feels like they're not in control of the game, they will be a lot more animated, kind of running like hands on head, thinking a lot more animated.
Ooh,
something's happened.
Something's happened.
Yeah, something happens repeatedly.
I was going to talk about how they're both looking very calm and in control.
And then they both wave for a referee at the same time.
They too reacted at the same time, so something noisy or some mosquito, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I thought they were.
It is.
Oh, yes. Yeah, should be.
I thought they were waving for a judge there. But there seems to be a. As long as it's affecting them both equally, then.
Yeah, they too seems uncomfortable.
Kurita seems to find it a bit more funny there.
Yes. An added dimension to Othello. It's not what you want when you're like deep in concentration. That's the last thing you need. Let's hope they can sort it out quickly. Luke, I just want to point out something to you. Yesterday, Kurita was using hand gestures, and you thought he was counting.
Yeah.
There's no way he's counting in this position. And he was, if you watch his hand, he still uses the same.
When players count, they do it like da 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 da. When they're like black, white, black, white. It's a different speed. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm glad you can distinguish.
They probably,
between the two.
as Japanese players, could both count
from here.
Probably are.
Yeah, I understand many people in the Othello community do the same. But I once have heard, I'm not sure, but I heard that in chess community it is considered to be impolite to doing such kind of hand gestures. Is anybody know much better than I do?
They definitely do it less at high-level chess, I
see.
think. I don't think... If it's considered impolite, it doesn't mean you're not allowed to do it. I think it comes from not distracting your opponent.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want the best game possible. And if it helps them without, waving their hands in front of their opponent's face, then it's probably fine.
Which does then bring up the question, what is an acceptable hand gesture?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
We do see
someday in the future we must have some article in the rule book about these hand gestures.
And we do see Kurita here with his hands on his head, actually blocking our view of the beautiful Nagano, which is fun. He's actually used a lot more of his time. It's 35 minutes each for semi-finals, isn't it?
Yes, because...
33.
Is that 33 on the right-hand side?
Is that correct?
I need to look up the rule book.
Yeah, according to Live Othello as well. I think it's 35 minutes each.
So, which is what we see quite a lot with Nagano. He plays very deep, very quickly, and then stops and thinks
Yes.
for a long time.
You wonder if his strategy coming into playing Kurita again is time management, how he uses his time.
Yes, during the semifinals, each player has 35 minutes.
Okay, so Nagano has used just over 2 minutes.
And we were commenting yesterday on how Nagano was, an exceptional player in all respects, but known for his opening depth.
Yes.
And when we were interviewing him, and he was saying, well, even towards the end of the game, I knew that this was a -4 position, so I took a risk on a -12.
I think the -12 move was more desperation at that point.
I think it was
because
desperation.
Kurita met everything he played with a strong move. So the fly
Seems to
does
have
seem to have left them alone. Got its 5 minutes of fame.
Okay, so we've had a couple of moves. The very, very natural E2 from black. And then I'm going to say now, equally natural, E1 from white, taking the edge shape that we had some conversation about the other day, because I, for one, have avoided making this edge shape in the belief that I was giving my opponent too many options about how to play out the top edge. But then surrounded by Japanese players, all of whom were better than me, and talking about this shape and saying, Guy didn't think it was a good shape, and them all laughing at me, I've decided that I am going to start trying to change the way I play with respect to this shape now.
The bottom line, maybe it depends.
It always depends. It always depends. But especially the more quick Othello you play, and I played more quick Othello in recent years just because of online games. You tend to try and find rules to stick to, so you don't have to think too deeply. And it appears that my rule, which all rules have their exceptions, my rule for that shape edge seems to have been wrong. So I'm excited about that, to learn something new.
Yeah.
So we've got A4 as well. Just a quiet move onto the edge. Both players picking off moves at the moment. So this, I would say, is more tactical play rather than strategic. And
it's kind of the whole asking a question thing.
Yeah, so the distinction that I would make between tactical and strategic, tactical is very local. It's what's a normal good move, just keep going with these normal good moves. And strategic is, I have a plan and I need to do this move for my plan in the long run. And at the moment, both players are playing very tactically.
It's kind of
it's not that they're not looking forward, but they're
waiting for the other player to take the initiative and come up with a big idea.
Well, it's just the nature of the position. There's an awful lot of choice. Well, it's not an awful lot of choices, but the choices that are available for both players, whilst there's not a huge number of them, there is a good number that can actually be played. Therefore, it makes it more difficult to predict what your opponent will do each move.
Yeah.
And so it's better just to kind of keep a good, solid position.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you are partly very correct about the to evaluate this position, upper edge position. I mean, for taking this position as an example, black has two options: F1, G1, B1, or C1, B1, G1.
That sounded like
black's options.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I thought you were listing options there.
That's exactly what you said. Yeah. So in that sense, maybe it depends the black player if it were a good player or not. So. So white comes to a3, and currently black has no access to a5 nor b6.
Right.
So back to the well, I set up a poll in the live chat asking what people's favourite moves were, favourite first moves. F4 has actually come out on top with 37%, which is weird and sideways.
And illegal.
Is it? No, it's not.
F4.
For the other
I'm
game?
sure. No, wait.
For Anjali's game and Michele's game.
No, just as a first move.
Oh, I see.
F4 isn't illegal.
No, I don't think so. f5.
Yeah, F5 is the...
No, right, I'm going to sort you out. Have I messed up here? Have I not messed up here? We will...
Can we have a quick look at the other semi-final, please?
There it is.
Okay.
No, we can't.
Can you see the camera?
Oh, well, let's keep commenting on this one for the moment.
No, goodness me. If you do it sideways, it's a different orientation. I didn't know that. I didn't think of that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I meant F5. I'm going to take that as F5. F5-1.
Okay.
That's a blunder from me there.
Okay, so we've had C7 played on the board. It's interesting. So, can I ask a question of the experts in the room? Black at the moment doesn't have access to A5 nor B6. By playing to C1, he gets access to both of those moves. And I'm sure white would play because that now becomes possible. But why wouldn't he do that? Is he leaving the 5 region in the top left-hand corner for parity? Because it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that he's going to have to play in there at some point. He's not got a lot of choice of moves. So leaving it for parity seems like a risky thing. I suppose he could do it at any time. But what's the reason for not doing C1 and getting access to those 2 really quiet moves on the left?
Yeah, that's what you said. Leaving this parity is advantageous for black, but on the other hand, black would like to go to A5 or B6. Black seems happy for both these two moves. So comparison of 2 situations and happiness that black can keep the parity, or the happiness black can play 2 quiet good moves is a question.
And he can't have both. I just felt that on the bottom he hasn't actually got that many moves.
Yeah.
And so C7, which has just been played, gives a very natural response of D7, sorry.
Yes, if black comes to C1, white may be a bit happy because parity doesn't exist anymore in the northwest corner.
Yes. So what Krita might have thought, I think he was thinking that there's no rush to the move to C1, simply because white cannot go there.
Yeah.
White cannot make a move to the northwestern region, so there's no rush. And so rather, I think Krita chose to play C7, where white can make moves at the bottom. And so Krita is still playing at Nagano's sort of field, and saving his move to C1.
Yeah, that's right.
We have a question in the chat of where is Kento Arano, who obviously won last year's World Othello Championships. Kento Arano was in joint 4th after the Swiss section of the tournament, with 9.5 points out of 13. Unfortunately, on tiebreak, he didn't make it to the playoff for the semi-final. The playoff was held yesterday between Nagano and Satani, with Nagano coming out on top, and so playing against Kurita here. So that's where Kento is. still like an exceptional tournament from him, and unfortunate to miss out. He won his last game against Tomoki Otaka, 33-31. So it came down to the tiebreak.
Could we have a quick look at table 2, please? Luke, can you work your magic, please?
Could we see table 2, please? Thank you.
If that works, then the secret is obviously sounding like an air hostess.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Could we see table 2, please? Enjoy your trip.
Someone in the van is engrossed in this game. But this is the point when Nagano stops and thinks forever. After playing his deep opening, stops, thinks, then gets down to a reasonable amount of time to play a strong endgame.
So white now has 2 options in the lower edge. I mean, d7 and e7. It's not edge. Yeah, d7. It's most natural response, I think.
So black has a couple of options here.
Yeah.
Assuming that black doesn't want to play out the c1 move yet, he can do f7 or d8. F7 would probably almost certainly be met by e7, but then the whole e column will be white, and black has the option of playing e8 and still having another move on the bottom edge, or white having to play down there. So that's fitting in with the way that Kurita seems to be playing this game, ignoring the top left corner and trying to keep moves appearing elsewhere on the board. But the d8 option also gives a natural response of e7, but does get the d4 disc, which gives access to one of those 2 quiet moves on the right, b6, without opening up the top left corner. And welcome to the Roman bells.
Yes.
I think, in my view, d8 seems better than f7. By moving f7, it is followed by white e7, e8, d8, and c8, and the black has no access to f8 at this point. So maybe going to d8 may sound a bit better.
Yeah.
d8, e7, b6, and then it's white turn. And it's very difficult, not that bit difficult. Maybe white will go to d6.
Yeah, and of course, when we make suggestions like that, the first pass, when, for example, I say d8 has a natural response of e7, and then you've got access to b6 as black, that would be the first thing that I would look at if I was looking at black d8. However, if I felt that black b6 was too strong and I was white, after d8, I might choose not to play e7 because I would want to affect that b6 move before playing e7 or swapping around. So the way that you tend to think about the game is you look at the most obvious lines first, and you see if you can find a strong line for yourself there. And if you can't, you tend to look at less obvious lines. The best players manage to look at all lines, but that's obviously impossible given the tree growth rate as you play. Okay,
Tree growth rate. Yes.
But the point is that you look at a line, and if it's not working, you think about why it's not working, and then you look at other lines and other moves that take advantage of the good points and don't disturb the bad points, if you see what I mean. Yeah.
So, Kurita did just make a move to f1, and what's really interesting about this is that if White now takes the g1 move, and so Nagano did end up. So Kurita did obviously plan this ahead, and what's good about this is that now he can go to d8. What's good about this is that if White goes to a6 now, to distract the b6 move for Black, White is going to end up flipping the e2 disc at the top. So, okay, the players are moving fast, but so White did end up going to e7. But now Black has a quiet move to b6. So I think Kurita was very successful in making, well, the b6 move is a little bit dangerous in the fact that the whole fifth row is going to turn Black. So White would have the swindle of the a5 and the a6 moves. But at the same time, Kurita has the advantage at the middle region. So he has more pieces in the middle, and so he has gained control. But yes, I did want to point out that so if Kurita did go to...
Can we go to the digital board,
yes,
please?
We are also going to show Table 2 again in a little bit after this analysis. There is a poll up in the live chat asking for Table 2 will get Table 2 shown, so get your votes in there. Could we get the digital board up, please?
I'm wondering if they're having technical difficulties with some of the other streams.
Maybe. It's important to remember that our camera directors and technical team do a lot all at once. We have made an effort to prioritise switching between boards a lot more this year. So hopefully you've noticed, almost always when we've asked, it's just been instant. This has been an outlier. But we'll...
This position is interesting. And what about the black G7? White G7? Is it possible? Or not?
White
G7.
G7.
That is a very Michele Barassi move.
Yeah. And White may have a good chance to move to A6 after Black turns E6 and F6 White. And in addition, White may access to A3 if Black is trying to take H8 corner after White D7. What do you think?
Oh, we've got the digital board so we can show. So what you're suggesting is G7?
Yes.
Boom. Okay.
Yeah, it's cool as if it works.
Yeah. So Joe's comment was about the game we were watching the other day when at move 19, Barassi played the next square that was very similar to this, and it stuck out. But the point that Tanida is making is that the discs at E6 and F6 are at the moment white. If they were black, then White could play A6 without flipping along the row, the sixth row.
Yeah.
So just for example... Right, so the point here is that if the discs at E6 and F6 get flipped, then, and I will play F7 just to make the point, then White can play...
Yes, A6,
A6.
Safely, and followed by H3, H4 swindle.
Right, okay, so White also has, after another black move, H3. So let's just say that, just say that Black takes the corner, just for the sake of argument. Then White also has H3, and Black still has to play somewhere else.
Yeah, but
And then white also has h4.
yes,
This is not necessarily the best line, but it's
it's a kind of a situation
it's pointing out
that can be assumed after G7, and I was wondering if it really works or not, and if
it's looking good. I think.
So shall we switch to table 2 and see if they spot that, if it works. We'll come back. Here's table 2. So that was instant. So those that voted for yes, well done. You win a sense of pride for guessing the right thing and having faith in us. It is currently, in this game, white's move. It's certainly an Othello game. Black's playing a lot more on the edges than white is. A lot more spread out.
The top edge is shared. So when you've got a shared edge, it doesn't. There's different characteristics on whether you have the inside discs or the outside discs, and depending on other circumstances, it's sometimes advantageous to have one, sometimes advantageous to have the other. But the number of discs on the edge, if you've got a shared edge, doesn't make that much difference to how it can play out. It's more the next row in. So in this case, the 2 row and the colour of those discs.
Right. It determines
how it can get played out.
Advantage, especially when an edge is an even number of discs, so it doesn't have any discs next to the corner. It's a lot harder to attack in the same way. Because if you have a disc next to the corner, it's a lot easier to play a move that will force your opponent to play something else.
Yeah.
Whereas this makes for a more interesting position.
It can make it very difficult to count endgames because you can. There's a lot of swapping off fairly even positions to try and get a small advantage in discs.
Yes.
So white has actually played h5.
I think it is a difficult position for black. So yes, black did just make the move to G4. So it was a quiet move, but now if white responds by going to, so black went to H4, and then if white in response goes to G4, black is in a little bit of a trouble because
a bit of a pickle.
Because black cannot make any moves at the bottom region because his... Which has actually happened. Yes. So the black has the 3 pieces on the right edge, and those are distracting black from making moves like D8 because it's going to flip the diagonal. So black is really in a tough position here.
So these semi-finals, they are best of 3. So whoever wins this game, it's not the be-all and end-all if they win. There are subsequent games. Could we switch back to table 1 because the X square
has actually been played. Fantastic.
Oh, this is my kind of Othello game to watch.
I would say wow.
Which is actually very immodest of you because you suggested it way before they played it.
Yeah.
You should be playing instead, honestly. That's, and again, here you can see Kurita being a lot more animated, whereas Nagano is sitting calmly, looking proudly at this epic move he's just played. I think if I played a move like this, I'd be like, I'm awesome. This is either going to work really well or not, but I wouldn't be too sure. But with all the time that Nagano spent on that move, I'm sure he's very confident that it was the right thing to play.
I would think black's best response to this move may be b1. What do you think?
I agree. I think it's... Well, so first of all, responding to Luke, I think playing this in a casual game online when it doesn't really matter whether you win or lose, you do it and you think, oh, it's great, and it doesn't work out. Sometimes you think, it doesn't really matter. If you're in the World Championship semi-finals, it matters.
Yeah.
The thing about this position is it's not actually that difficult to look ahead at what your opponent might do because there's not a huge number of choices. Tanida-san suggested b1, which I think I would have agreed with, but
actually...
It's difficult to know for sure. So you can look ahead in terms of you can predict what your opponents are going to do. And after the Roman bells, we've now got a Roman Hoover. Okay,
Vacuum cleaner.
But nevertheless, there's complexities that arise in all of these lines. And so Kurita has chosen to play g6.
And it's interesting, because either of the two moves in that section of the board that would have cut the diagonal now mean that white doesn't flip the third column if he plays not h3, a6.
a6. So yeah, and Nagano is playing a6. And
wow, this is cool.
Black is going to have to play into that top left corner. So the plan to leave it for parity has not panned out. But actually, it will play out nicely for black, I think. Oh no, but white's got those two moves on the right-hand side as well.
Yeah, h3, h4, h5.
Actually, this is looking good for white now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to point out that in my fantasy Othello team, I have Nagano, and I've had faith in him all through the tournament. So, yes.
So at some point in the future, black may go to c1 after it wiped out. After h3, h4, h5 streak, black cannot play c1.
Yes.
It's so it's so much disaster.
There's actually been an interesting X-square played in the Barassi game as well.
By
Barassi.
The Barassi game and the Anelli game. You know, the one with
so
both.
if there's some thought going on here, we will have a quick look at the Barassi Anelli.
Yeah, Nagano here as well, just quickly, is... I mean, Kurita has 2 minutes 47 left. He doesn't have time to think through everything.
Right.
Whereas Nagano has played so quickly, he has 16 minutes left.
And that's one
big advantage here.
That's one of the risks of... okay, so he's taking those moves where he only flips in one direction creeping along the right-hand edge now. And you're right, Luke. So one of the problems of playing a game where you let your opponent take edges and you're trying to pull into the rest of the board is that you have a lot of the choices to make later in the game. So if you don't have much time left, you are the ones still having to make decisions.
Yeah, so black has sacrificed on a2 now. He's giving up the a1 corner to try and play in c1 and get the wedge, but of course he doesn't get parity now that he's played in that region, he doesn't get parity there. The top right is now an odd white region, so it's whether he has to play in there at some point or whether he flips any of the discs around. If white's able to play in the top right at some point before the end of the game, then it's good for white.
Well, white can only play in the top right if black does first.
Yes.
Yeah.
And white also has diagonal control from c6 to f3. in the future. White may move to b7. It's another good point of these lines.
And I think the way that it's going, this game will be done first, and we'll be able to watch the remainder of the table 2 game, which is good. Another X square.
b7 now.
It's a second next move.
That's nice, yeah.
So black did end up finishing off that parity region on the top left.
Yeah, they do seem to have calculated a little bit here. Kurita's time is obviously ticking.
Well, I think black was somewhat forced.
Yes.
I mean, first of all, he hasn't got much time. Secondly, he doesn't have much choice. And so it's just a matter of kind of saying, well, I've got to play out a 3 and make my opponent move again. And so he's given up a lot of stable discs, but he's at least put Nagano back in the place where he has to make a decision.
And this actually changes a lot because Kurita is going into the second game, having lost his first game and no longer being the unbeatable player.
Yeah.
And that's huge for kind of the mindset of both players, especially in the quite dominant fashion that this game has been, using not much of his time.
So for now, what about black h2, followed by white h1 and black g2 to keep the black 2 and access to a8? It may be only way to survive for black. It's in my view.
Yeah. And it looks like that's not going to be enough discs.
Yeah, if black starts with the g2 first, white h2 may work. It's enough for white.
Yes, but yeah, I think h2. But by black going to h2, white would have responded to, for example, h5, and black couldn't have just responded to h6 because he would end up flipping the g7 disc and end up giving white the h8 corner. So instead, Kurita has chosen the h8 move.
Yeah, Joe, you are smarter. White h5 may work better. Yeah, then.
And this way, black is hoping also to play out the whole of the bottom of the board before playing into the 3 at the right, top right.
Yes. So, I mean, white does have the top edge and the left edge, but white still needs to be careful because depending on the order that he plays all these moves, there's still a slight possible chance that black would win. So white Nagano is, I think he is very, very cautious. He's not letting his guards down, and he's taking his time. He still has 12 minutes 40 seconds, so he's relaxed and he's thinking, and he's just thinking about how to finish this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has the time left to be careful.
And whilst it looks like white's going to get an awful lot of discs, he does need to be careful because now wherever he goes, black is getting the last moves.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, this is tense.
This is it's cool.
So I think white's plan is to just give Kurita the right edge. So Nagano is going to allow Kurita to finish off the right edge. But so eventually, if Kurita ends up filling up the right edge, and if Kurita does go to h2 after filling up the h5, h6 squares, white would still have another the third X move to G2 in the game. And what's beautiful about that is that he has the diagonal control from G2 to
But
E7.
what's also interesting
Yes.
here, that we're down to 37 seconds for Kurita, but Black does not have access to H5. So that top 3 region is actually a top 4 region, which makes it even again. It looks like Black can just save the top right 3 for parity and play out the rest of the board, but he can't play H5 himself.
So in a sense, Black has parity again now.
White has parity again now.
White has a parity again now. Yeah.
Unless...
Oh.
okay.
There's almost like there's almost a go-like position in the bottom right here,
So
with the eyes or whatever it's called.
There are eyes in the bottom.
Someone tells them they're playing Othello. And Black has to play in that region now. Is it?
No, it's White's move.
Yes.
Yes.
But what White can do
No,
be...
it's not White's move.
Is it not?
It's Black's move.
it's
Black
White,
has-
yes, Black just made a move to A7.
Oh, yes, so it's White's move.
Are you sure?
And because... Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
And what White has both B8 and A8, which should be enough
Yeah.
stable discs.
Maybe White can keep the diagonal control to the end.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
By
I
starting
mean,
with
even
eight.
if he doesn't, if he plays B8 now, and then Black plays
Yeah.
C8,
Yeah.
and then White plays A8, then there's a bottom 3, which is Black, and a bottom 3, which is White.
Yeah.
A top 3, which is White, and so Black has to play in, and White can just play out parity anyway. And I mean, yeah, he still has the diagonal as well, so he can go to G2 and just not give away any discs in the top right-hand corner after the right-hand edge.
Well, this was an Othello game. A very good one. Yeah, you wonder if Kurita will be able to come back in the next round of this semi-final from a loss if he loses. Yeah.
I think Kurita's thinking about where he went wrong in the game. He's looking elsewhere, and I think that's what's on his mind. I think he's pretty sure that he's lost this game, unfortunately. So he's looking around and just thinking where he made the mistake.
I don't think he is yet.
Oh, okay.
Because discs count.
That's true.
So I'm pretty sure he's kind of going, okay, I've lost this. I need to maximise the discs that I get because they could count for me getting into the final.
I don't think they do, because...
If there's a tie.
No, they choose. It's whoever chose the
Is
colour
it?
first, yes.
Well, we need to check that.
I read it somewhere.
That comes before discs?
Yes.
Okay.
So one of them will have chosen the colour on a coin toss going into this game. And the other...
On a coin toss, not on on the basis of how they did in the Swiss?
Oh, yes. No, true. I think one of them will have chosen the colour. It was decided somehow. If anyone else knows, please say. Basically, the one that got to choose the colour for this game is the colour that they wanted. The other player, if it comes down to a draw, then, so for example, if Kurita wins the next game and then they draw the final game, they'll be on 1.5 each. So the player that didn't choose the colour in the first game gets to progress to the final.
We will be checking that for you.
I have checked that.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay. I will take Luke at his word.
So it's White's turn, and I would just say going to E8 looks like the best move because White would still have the diagonal control. Oh, okay, maybe not.
What's that about this different? It's better. That's what I count, but I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yes. 13 seconds left for Kurita as well, so.
Which is plenty of time to play one forced move.
Oh, these are the fastest flippers.
They could be dolphins.
Oh, it's done. Good game.
Okay, good game.
Everyone say GG in the chat.
An excellent X square at G7 to define the game.
Yeah,
It was found by our own Tanida
Yeah.
before the plays.
So black has 23 discs
Right.
for the first game.
Should we go across to the Barassi game
Yes.
so that we can track that? And could we have, is it possible to have the digital board up alongside the Barassi game? If not, could we go to the digital board? Because I'd like to show how we get to the position that they're now in.
Yep. Well, here's table 2. In terms of the game that we've just finished watching, we won't interview them between rounds.
Yeah, they need their
they'll need
rest.
to concentrate. They'll need to look over the game. So we'll interview them after the semi-finals have happened. We'll try and get both pairs up.
It's move 49 already have made.
Yes.
I was asking because the cameras move 49 has not been moved. So
There's a delay on the YouTube stream.
oh, is that so much delay? Oh, I didn't know.
That is quite a lot of delay.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's in case anyone swears. They can. In case there's any bad language.
Okay, perfect, brilliant, well done, awesome.
What an epic view.
Spontaneous screen generation
Hard work
there.
from the technical team.
Okay, so this is a position a bit earlier in the game, and I just want to kind of show how we got to where they are now. This was where we last looked at it, and we just saw. Oh, okay, let me take that back. Okay, so we saw G4 being played, and Joe mentioned that there was no access to H3, and because of these 3 discs on the black discs on the right-hand edge, moves like D8 would flip a lot of discs, and so black was going to find it difficult. So what actually happened was Barassi played G7. And that takes the diagonal, and it's quite an interesting X square, and I haven't had a chance to really think about it. But we may not look at it now because we want to catch up with the board, but it's an interesting X square. And then white took the natural move at G6, and then black played the other X square at G2 because there's an odd region up there, and he'll get a wedge on the top edge if it gets played out, and the last move on the right-hand side if it's played out. So he's happy to kind of sacrifice there as well. And it does get played out. He does get the wedge. He did get the other last move. White unwedges at the top, black takes the corner, and white starts going for discs. Another black X square. Okay, and this is now up to date with the board. We'll leave the digital board up there so you can see it with the bird's eye view, because the camera angle is difficult to see where the spaces are.
What just happened in this game? Can we go back one move?
One move.
Yeah.
The last move was the corner.
What is that? What is that move?
What do you mean, what is that move?
Is he just... Why did he play that move?
Why, as opposed to...
Does that not just give loads of discs and a corner?
Well, why did he play the X square?
This X
do you
square,
mean?
yeah. Is that... That doesn't seem...
What else would you do as black?
C7?
Yeah, C7 is also possible.
But is there a reason behind this move, or was it a mistake? Or
I don't think it was a mistake, but... Okay, but I am actually going to catch up with the game itself, just so we can see the ending.
Yeah.
obviously I'm not as good as these players, so they've likely just seen something I haven't.
Yeah, Black. I think Black did his best, but still, White has been slightly ahead from the mid game to the end, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was difficult because we weren't watching the game, so there were. I'm almost certain there were things that the players were looking at that we couldn't spot superficially.
Looking at the actual analysis right now, that last X square was actually +8, so a good move. I'm unsure as to what. I'm very confused. I'm speaking in noob here.
Well, you've got the analysis open there.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'm trying to see.
was it?
Because that X square, right, was +8. He then played a -8 move instead of the +8 move.
So
So if we want to show this on the analysis,
on the analysis screen,
which we have up,
in fact, I can put the evaluations up here now.
it didn't work earlier, so I'm not sure if. Well, we can try.
So Barassi did make a
Okay, so
So he did make a mistake, but it's not where it looked like.
Yes.
It was a mistake.
But it was a very hard position for Black to
Yeah.
figure that out.
oh, okay,
It's because you've set up the board as opposed to,
okay,
I think.
fine. But what you're saying, Luke, is that this X square.
This move was a +8.
Okay, so and this is a calculation to the end of the game, so
By
it
a
would be an
computer
8.
as
That
well.
is an 8-move win,
Yeah. White then took the corner.
which is correct.
Yep, -8. Black then had to play there.
What's there?
H6.
Okay, so C8.
C8. C8 was +8, and
Do we know how much time he had on his clock?
no.
Okay, because that's probably a big factor in this position.
So yeah, it was
I wouldn't say it was a lot.
C8 or B8 were +8 and +6 respectively.
Black can't. Right, B8.
Yeah,
okay.
B8. Those were the two winning moves. But
So
Barassi.
that's a winning move,
Yep.
and that's a winning move.
Yep. That's the best move. Barassi, unfortunately, played C7, which is -8.
Okay.
So this is where it went wrong. Wow. Yeah, it looks like he was low on time, so just didn't have time to think it through. And I mean, to find...
and you can see why he thought this move was
it
was going to be okay. I mean,
good.
there's no access of white to a7 without first taking a2. And I mean, at a superficial glance,
it's impressive to me, at least, to find the b7 move. That looked painful.
Sure.
So, wow.
Okay, do we have the results from the other boards? Does anybody in the back office have any results from other boards that we can share? And also, if there were any games still ongoing in the other semi-finals, could we go to those cameras? Or any other cameras at all, even if the game's finished, as long as we know the board number. So that was very, very impressive by Barassi, like playing those 3x squares almost in a row.
Here we are on the screen. Let me hide my sides a little bit. There we go. It was a very Barassi-type game, from what I've seen so far. It just seemed like he got low on time at the end, and so didn't have time to calculate, and so played the most intuitive-looking move, which unfortunately was the wrong move, but was winning going into that. So
okay, so we have actually got some results from some of the other semi-finals. If there's a camera on any of the women's semi-finals, it would be good to see that, because it seems that those games are still going. In the juniors, we've got Osuke Kawazoe, who beat Konstantin Dviron from Israel 54-10. So that's a big score, which gives actually quite a big advantage in terms of trying to get to the final.
Actually, it doesn't, because...
Okay. Okay. I haven't understood the rules, the tournament rules, so I could be wrong on that, but it's a big score. So that's Kawazoe 1-0 up against Konstantin Dviron. And in the other game, Calvin Coe has beaten Daniel Dufour by 37-27. So he'll be taking the advantage into the second game as well.
I wonder if are the women's and juniors semi-finals best of 3? Are they not best of 1?
The junior semi-finals, it appears, are best of 1.
So, assuming that's correct, Oski and Calvin Coe are both into the final against each other.
Good final.
That is a good final. Unfortunately, I had Calvin Coe and Daniel Dufour in my fantasy Othello team, so this is clearly rigged against me, but I'm used to it. It's all good.
Well, one of them had to lose.
I'm saying they were paired against each other. The whole tournament's rigged.
Right.
To make me not win fantasy Othello. But we'll see.
Okay, has anybody got the women's semi-final on live Othello? Just so we can comment on how it's going. There's a planned start time for the second game of the main semi-finals of 11:05.
Yeah.
So that's in 6 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll bring you the result of the female semi-finals
Ivan
at that point.
Ivan wants to know when the junior final is, as he's an old man that needs to go to bed soon. It's 9 p.m. already in Australia, so respect for watching. Of course, firstly, Othello is bigger than sleep. Like, just don't sleep. But the semi-finals will happen, and I believe the junior final is the first game to happen after that. So the time that is at depends on whether this goes to best of 3 or if Nagano is able to win in 2, I suppose.
Okay, so but we will bring you the other results that we haven't yet got when we come back in 5 minutes' time. But that was two exceptional semi-finals, I thought, and hopefully the next game in the semi-finals will be just as exciting.
Yeah, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. If you're watching and haven't subscribed, I'm
missing out.
I'm sure you're still an okay person, but that's quite different approaches there.
Yeah.
Carrot and the stick. Just subscribe. I'll be happy.
Okay,
That's
and
good.
we'll see you in 5 minutes' time.
Yes. Hello, and welcome back to round 2 of the semi-final. We're going to be mainly watching Nagano versus Kurita. Nagano is playing black in this round, as he played white in the last one, but we will also switch to Anelli versus Barassi. I believe it hasn't yet started, so we'll be able to talk about the fancy Othello standings. Let me just get them up. So currently, in the top 20, and I'm not sure if it's been updated after last round, so if I'm lower, that's probably why. But Samuel Kernia 1 is in first. His team is Kurita, Barassi, Katie from Finland, Daniel Dufour, and Jason Wycock Ong. So he's doing very well. Second place is Jason from Singapore, so fair play to that. Also in the first place person's team, so that's pretty impressive.
It does say, however, that Kurita has 17 wins.
Yes.
So there might be a miscalculation there.
Possibly. Again, I'm saying fancy Othello is rigged against me, but it will get sorted out. It will all get fixed. So here we see the two players. They're shaking hands now, as we do in Othello. We shake hands before the game. And of course, once they've shaken hands, they're at war with each other and into a serious game of Othello. But as soon as that game finishes, they're good friends again, and I'm sure help each other and spur each other on in their Othello learning. This is a different opening. Is this the horse? Is
yes,
that what this
is
called?
the horse opening, and Nagano is also very, very familiar with this opening. He's studied many sequences of this opening. So Kurita is responding to Nagano's opening sequence.
Yeah, so in the Swiss section of the tournament, when they played each other, Nagano was black then,
Yes.
and did have a special opening prepared. It appears that he's done the same here. So we will see whether Kurita is able to respond, whether he's even prepared for this line. But the horse is not an opening that we've seen played on the top tables yet, in the games that we've watched. So it'll be interesting to see whether Nagano can make the most of a lesser played opening, or whether Kurita is able to deal with it as he has in the past. Of course, Kurita is coming into this game with his first loss of the tournament, which is quite a big mental thing for both players. He's no longer unbeatable, and Nagano knows that. So it will be interesting to see how both of them deal with that. If Nagano wins this game, then he is into the final because it's best of 3. If Kurita wins this game, then it will go to a third game.
So Nagano might still be in book, judging from his move to d2 just now. He quickly responded, so I think he's still in book. And now Kurita is thinking.
Yeah, Kurita's already thinking, which suggests that Nagano has actually got him out of book quite quickly. It doesn't look like it's something Kurita has been able to prepare for. But if Kurita is using his time, we saw in the last game his time management is very good. He used all his time efficiently. And we saw this when they played last. He thought a bit, had to think a bit more, but responded to each move near perfectly. So we'll see if he's able to do that again. Nagano looking disappointed there. I think that was probably the correct move from Kurita. And I think that might have been the stage in this line where most players would trip up.
Yes.
That's something we haven't seen. An emotional response from Nagano. Almost impressed that Kurita found it, I think. I think the respect between these two players is very high.
Yes. And Kurita looks relaxed. He's drinking water. He's, just thinking of the best moves to make, and he's thinking about his moves ahead. So while being relaxed, he's still also, I think, being very cautious because he cannot lose this game. He has to survive, and he needs the win in order to have another game with Nagano.
Yeah, of course, if it goes to a third game, Nagano will be white again, and he was able to pretty much dominate the last game. It was exciting at the end, but ended up being a very comfortable victory for Nagano. So in that sense, he's probably at an advantage here, and he has that game cushion. So we'll see what happens.
So I was with Nagano last night, and he was just saying things like, "Oh, I'm facing Kurita tomorrow. How do I beat that guy? He's so strong. He has 13 wins." So he was very, very. I guess he was nervous, and he had all these thoughts of all this pressure of facing Kurita. But now that he has one win against Kurita, I think he is in a more comfortable position in terms of standings. So, but at the same time, he does also want to be careful and make precise and accurate moves so that he can claim the victory for this game too.
Yeah, and if this is a line that Nagano has prepared, we saw him look a bit disappointed that Kurita found a correct move. It's likely that, according to a computer, Nagano will be slightly behind on the board here, assuming Kurita is able to respond to each move well. But again, Nagano will probably know this position better than Kurita, be more comfortable with it. But we do see him. Kurita's the one taking some time to think. He's used 10 more minutes than Nagano has here, so that's a similar pattern to what we saw last game. We'll see if Nagano can capitalize on that extra time.
And notice how Nagano's only used a minute and a few seconds, maybe a minute and a half. So he's still in book. He's very, very comfortable with this position. He's familiar with it. He studied it. So now Kurita is thinking about how to respond to Nagano's moves.
When Kurita plays, we'll see how quickly Nagano plays. And that will give us an indication as to whether he's still in book or is having to think about the position a bit more.
Sometimes it's very hard to tell just by looking at the players' facial expressions and body language whether they're thinking about where to go next or whether they're trying to remember all the things that they've memorized. If they're trying to remember the sequence, remember which one is the best move. So it's hard to tell, but judging by the use of Kurita's time here, he is using his critical thinking and just thinking about where to go next.
Where would you go here?
Good question. Well, My two top options are first h6, because that is a quiet move. It only flips the g5 disc, so it would be a good move for white, and it will also be hard for black to respond to that, because black can't go to moves like h4, because he's gonna flip the g3, f2 diagonal discs, and he's gonna lose a lot of, or rather give white more moves. And so I would say h6 is a good move. The other option is e7. That's also a quiet move, leaving white with the control over the center region, and it doesn't flip any diagonal discs, so it just flips the e6 and e5 discs. So white is only going to make flip perpendicularly, so that is a very quiet move as well. So yes, those are my two options.
Do you think there's a move here that Nagano is wanting Kurita to play?
Yes, so it is possible that Nagano is still in book, and that Nagano wants Kurita to make moves like h6 or e7. But Kurita obviously knows that Nagano is comfortable with this position based on his use of time. So Kurita is, again, being very, very cautious. But yes, he did go to h6. Oh, and we have the X move.
No way. Wait. Not again. Surely not. That was so quick.
Yes. So, all right, Nagano is still in book. And Kurita. When your opponent's still in book, in this, we're in the mid game, and your opponent's still in book, you start to get a lot of pressure. So you want to be careful. You want to just think about where the best move is. And well, if your opponent responds quickly to your move, it's almost like you're getting an approval. It's like having a conversation where Kurita's thinking, and once Kurita makes a move, Nagano's like, yes, you're correct. Okay, let me respond. And now where would you go? So it's like playing against the computer, where when you make a move, the computer immediately responds. So it's very interesting how Nagano is very, very familiar with this position. He had the right to choose the opening because obviously he's black, he's playing black, and so he chose the horse opening, which he's very comfortable with, and now Kurita is thinking about where the next best move is.
Yeah, and even if this doesn't end up working, they'll go into the third game with Nagano firstly being the colour that he won with, and secondly, he's playing very differently from how he did in the Swiss tournament. He played quite politely there, whereas now he's playing these exciting moves, and Kurita will know that he's playing differently and is prepared to play these exciting, dangerous moves, and will have to deal with that aspect of the game as well. Nagano hasn't even used a full minute yet,
Yes.
which is impressive at this stage in the game.
Yes.
Wow. No, I didn't see that move coming, I can't lie. So will white be trying to cut the diagonal here?
Yes, it is an interesting question. So white did go to h6, so he flipped the g5 disc. So what is different about the e7 move now is that not only does it flip perpendicularly, but it also flips the f6 disc. So white is going to have to flip in two directions, But the advantage of going to e7 now is that white will be able to cut the diagonal from g2 to c6. So currently black has that control. But after e7, I believe black would respond by going to h4, where he's still he's gonna erase the e4 disk again, so he's still gonna have the diagonal control. And then again, what's interesting is white can, after that, go to h5 and flip the f3 disk so that he cuts the diagonal again. And there's no way for black, I believe, that where he can just erase that disk. So the diagonal control for black here is very, very important.
Yeah, it's almost kind of along the lines of Imre Leader's wall theory, isn't it? Because although it looks nice for white, obviously black's played next to a corner and has the big amount of discs on the outside of the pattern here. Black has a lot of discs all together, and white has their discs kind of spread around the outside of it. So it means that, I think, how white tries to cut the diagonal here, he needs to be careful not to flip in lots of directions, which I think is kind of the aim of the position from black, is to try and poison all of white's moves here. So white will need to try and do that in a way that minimizes the damage to his position and doesn't give black nice moves back in return. And white also can't play in d1 here, which means that if he takes the corner, black will be able to get the wedge. If white could play in d1, then they could play in d1 now, and black would have to either take the edge or give up the corner straight away. So this is all very carefully and delicately done by Nagano. We'll see if it works.
All right, so white did make a move to f7, so he still did manage to cut the diagonal. And another quick response by Nagano by going to a3. That was very quick.
This is very, very exciting stuff.
Yes,
Nagano's still clearly in book here. This is like, yes, we'll try and switch to table 2 at some point, but this is exciting.
Yes.
Don't think we're forgetting about table 2. But you don't get to see games like this every day. Just to give an update on table 2, you can see it on Live Othello. The current position is kind of 2 walls, so they're playing kind of patiently. Again, it's looking like this one will probably be finished first, so we'll try and get over to that one and update you on that when we can. But this one's in the middle of all the action at the moment, so wow, Kurita's actually down to 9 minutes, is that?
No, 19.
19, phew, I was going to say. 19 minutes, which is comfortable. But compared to Nagano's time, he still hasn't used a minute. That's crazy. To be on move, what move even is this? You've played so many I've lost count. It's move 33, and he hasn't even used a full minute in the semi-final of the World Othello Championships.
Yes.
And obviously, the clock is essentially part of your strategy. It's very much part of the game of Othello. Yes, there is the Italian YouTube stream, and there is the stream of the other tables. But in terms of what we're watching, we're going to stick right here for now, because you don't get to see games like this every day. So, yeah, this is good stuff to watch.
I do want to point out 2 things. So Nagano just made a move to a3, and the reason most likely, the reason why he did that was because now that white cut the diagonal from g2 to c6 by making the move to f7 and flipping the d5 disk. Black knew that white would go to h1, and when white went to when white went to h1, when black went to d1, it would have flipped the c2 and the b3 disks as well. So that would have increased Kreda's number of moves. So in order to avoid that, black first went to a3 and just filled that right-left edge up a little bit. And now, even if white were to take h1, the h1 corner, black can go to d1, although it would still be hard for black to touch the left, top left corner. But now we just had a couple of moves, so c8 and e8, and now it's white's turn again. So
someone tell Nagano that this isn't Othello quest. He still hasn't used a full minute.
Speaking of which, Nagano is famous for having a very, very high rating in Othello quest. So, just pointing that out there.
So who would you rather be in this position?
That is a very interesting question, as always. Oh, and yes, I did want to point out one other thing. So the top edge is shaped like that, and usually when the top edge is shaped like that, where there are like 3 black pieces, E1, F1, G1, and one open space of D1, and then there's a white piece on C1. When there's like when there's a shape like those, where it's like a 1-to-3 ratio sort of thing, white can make a move to b2. Well, it's not always the case, and for this game it's not the case. But white can make the move to b2, and even if white has the control of the diagonal, black can cut it, and then white would go into d1, and this is called the stoner trap, where white is threatening black to, well, white gives away black the a1 corner, but the white is able to take the h1 corner afterwards. So eventually white would be able to get the top edge. However, in this game, if Krita now goes to b2 and Nagano cuts the diagonal, Krita cannot respond to d1 because that is an illegal move for white. So white is not able to make a stoner trap right now, which is why this position is very difficult. And Luke, to answer your question about which color I would want to be.
Yep.
Well, it's very hard again, because, well, white would want to finish off the bottom edge too by going to like d8 and then making black take b8, and then white responds to c7. But that decreases the number of moves for white, because white is going to have to flip a lot of pieces. And even if white starts off the bottom edge by going to c7 and then later on going to d8, the diagonal from g3 to c7 is all white. So even if Krita goes to d8, Nagano is able to respond simply by going to b8 and taking the bottom edge, without flipping any diagonal discs, making b8 a very, very quiet move. And it really is a difficult position for white now. So I would say I would want to be black.
Well, either way, black
yes.
comes out of this looking awesome. So,
Yes.
like, if they lose, they go into that last game with the confidence to play moves like this.
But would I be able to respond as fast as Nagano could? No. The answer is no.
It's funny because he'll be playing each of his moves and then be surprised that he has to flip the discs himself instead of them changing automatically like they do on Othello Quest.
Yes.
Yeah, this might. I thought the last game would be the best game we would watch, but this game, wow, this game is much more exciting, I think.
Yes.
Especially because it's the second game. This is the game that matters for Kurita. If Kurita loses this game, he's out of the tournament after winning all of his games in the Swiss section.
Yes.
I don't think that's ever happened before.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be nervous. There's a lot more pressure on him here. As you can see, he's doing the head hold of uncomfortableness, whereas Nagano's in control of the situation, whether or not he's technically winning according to a computer on the board.
Yes. And what's also dangerous for white is that in the next move for black can just go to e7. It's a quiet move, and black has control in the middle region. So, and white can't respond to that by going to f8 because it's not an illegal move for white to go to f8 after that. So white is in a very tough position right now. So Kurita is carefully thinking about his options.
Yeah.
And yes.
Yeah. So even if this is a close position, it's looking a lot more complicated for white. It's only going to be a close position if he keeps finding the right moves. And of course, if it's more complicated for white, he'll probably use more time. And here, that's probably time that he can't afford to use, with Nagano not using any of his time so far. We asked Nagano when they played in the Swiss section and he lost, does he have any secrets for if he plays Kurita again? He declined to answer very respectfully. He didn't want to give any of his secrets away, but he seemed to have some. You can see now why he didn't want to answer. This is something I did not see coming at all, especially from the way he's played very sensibly. Kurita's normally the one that's known for having the beautiful style, but he's being almost styled on here by Nagano. If Nagano pulls this off and goes on to win, it will firstly be quite a big upset with Kurita having won 13 out of 13, but also it will go down as one of the semi-finals probably of all time here at the World Othello Championships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in the live chat poll, if you haven't voted, make sure to vote. But at the moment, 43% of our viewers have said that they would rather be white in this position, with 36% saying black and 21% hoping for Nagano to use less than 5 minutes in this game, which honestly he probably won't, because there'll be a point where he uses his time to his advantage. But imagine if he's able to play the whole game in less than 5 minutes here.
Yes.
You can see why he's so highly rated on Othello Quest, having gone into the World Championship semi-final at move 35 and has used less than a minute of his time. It's like, that's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And Ivan Chan, if you're watching there in the live stream, I hope this is worth not sleeping for.
So I did mention about the top edge and how it could be well, normally, if white had an illegal move to d1, there would be a stoner trap by going to, so white could go to b2, get the diagonal control, black cuts the diagonal, and then white could go to d1 and then eventually taking the h1 corner. So as I've mentioned, that is not the case with this game, this position, because white is not able to make an illegal move to d1. However, I do think there still is a possibility of white going to b2. All right, but maybe not. And the reason why I said that was because even if black cut the diagonal by going to e7, black would have a quote-unquote odd region on the top edge, where black just takes h1, forces black to take d1, or go into d1, and then there would be 3 empty squares left on the top left corner. So white would have had the control of that parity region, but instead, I guess white decided to play safely, and white has made a move to a6.
What's Nagano's name on Othello Quest? Do you know?
Well, I don't know if I can publicly say it without his permission, but
Okay.
I don't know. I might need to ask that, but yeah.
Fair enough.
For now, it's anonymous.
It is. If anyone knows in the chat, though,
But,
feel free to say it.
I'm just going to say it's very, very high.
Yeah, and we do actually see... he has actually played. He used about a minute for that move. So probably still in book. It looked a bit more like he was trying to remember the correct move as
Yes.
opposed to having to think through the position. If he was thinking through the position, especially at this stage in the game, he would be using more time. So I think he's still in book, which is incredible. We'll ask when we can at how far he was in book for. But yeah, this is an incredible game.
Yes.
And I've seen some good games in my time commentating. But this takes the cake.
So now it's black's turn, and there are some options for black, and the top 2 options that I see for black is e7 or f8, but Nagano has chosen e7.
And the position looks a bit more simple for black.
Yes.
That was quite a straightforward move.
It's a quiet move, and yes, black still has many legal moves available on the right-hand edge, so it is a good move. The other option for me was f8, and the advantage of going there would have been that black would have had the diagonal control from c3 to f6, and so those were, I think, his 2 main options, but he's chosen to make a move to e7.
Yeah, white is now down to almost 6 minutes, less than 6 minutes now. He has the seconds properly ticking down. Every second he uses to think is a second that he can't use to think in future moves. So this is I've never seen time used like this at this level of Othello, quite to this extent. Nagano isn't even into the 20s yet. I don't know exactly who's winning in this position, but in terms of the mind games involved, he seems to be completely outmaneuvering Kurita. Kurita doesn't seem sure as to what to do. I'm sure, obviously, he's thinking through the moves well and responding well, but Nagano is the one in control in this game and the last game, which, especially from their game in the Swiss tournament, you did not see coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
He's played an X square.
Mm-hmm.
So an exciting response. We spoke about the stoner trap earlier.
Yes.
This doesn't work as a stoner trap because white can't play to d1. Mm-hmm. If white could play to d1, then once black plays to cut the diagonal, white could play d1, which either threatens h1 corner or makes black play b2 and flip the x square at b2. Black would play b1, sorry. But here, white can't follow this up with d1, as he can't play there. What was the purpose? He has the diagonal. Mm-hmm. Is black able to... What does black do here?
So, white has the diagonal control right now, and like you've just said, after black's move in this position, white can't go to d1, so the stoner trap is invalid. But I think Kurita did go to b2 still to just stick to the parity. So in Othello, generally white has the advantage of getting parity, and parity being like odd regions. So at the top edge, you can see that the A1, B1, D1 squares are empty, and so there's an odd region there. So, for example, if white goes somewhere in the near future, if white makes a move to H1, black's natural response would be to go to D1 to fill up the wedge. Mm-hmm. However, if that sequence happens, white won't be able to go to A1 nor B1, and it has to be black to make one of those moves. And A1 and B1, those two are two empty squares, even number of squares. So in terms of parity, white would still have the advantage, and so I think that was what Kurita was thinking about. Just even if the stoner trap doesn't work, he still wanted to gain control of the parity.
Okay. Yeah, we do see, again, Nagano thinking a bit more. He does seem to be out of book now, but he has so much time, like, oh, wow. Kurita down to 4 minutes and 47 seconds, probably feeling the time pressure. Mm-hmm. And here I think we'll see Nagano start to capitalise onto that, be able to calculate his moves further, and have more time to actually count to make sure he's playing the right moves going into the last few moves of the game.
Mm-hmm. So another interesting move for black right now is simply to just go to D1. And when black goes to D1, white's natural response is to go to H1. Now, you would think that would be that would give a disadvantage for black, because white would have the top edge. White would have the top edge, as well as white would get the corner, and he would gain a lot of stable discs. However, by doing that, white won't be able to make a move neither in the northwestern region, so A1, B1, nor the like anywhere in the right region. So all of the white pieces are going to be solidified in the top edge and the right edge. So black is still going to have a lot of options on the right edge, especially. So that might be a sequence that Nagano is thinking about. But Nagano also has the option to cut the diagonal that white currently has control over from B2 to F6. And black could now go to H2, and by going to H2, the E5 disk flips. And so that cuts the diagonal, which allows black to have access to the A1 corner. So I believe Nagano is thinking about those two options, as well as other options that he could do in order to win the game.
Yeah, if you're watching this epic match, obviously make sure you subscribe. Everyone knows how to subscribe. Do that. Something people don't often realize helps is make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you like this live stream, and that will help us with the YouTube algorithm, getting it pushed out to people that maybe don't know the game of Othello. There's 84 people watching now, sharing this moment with us. And there's also obviously streams in Japanese on the Japanese Othello YouTube channel and the Italian Federation YouTube channel in Italian. So black has finally played. He's used a lot of time on that move for Nagano. I think that was just over 5 minutes.
So yes, Nagano did end up going to F8, which was a safer move than moves like H2 or D1. And then white quickly responded to G7 by getting the diagonal control. And then now black has responded by going to H4. And what H4 did was flip the F6 disk, and now the diagonal control that white had from B2 to G7 is now broken. So
yeah, white very much having to think in black's time here, and
yes,
seems to be feeling the time pressure here.
Yes.
This would be pretty devastating if, after winning every single game in the Swiss tournament, including against Nagano,
yes,
he went out of the tournament after losing both games in the semi-final. Black has moves like C7 here, which seem quite straightforward.
Yes. So Kurita is just trying to stop Nagano from taking the A1 or the H8 corner, and just trying to have that diagonal control. And even if black now goes to C7 and flips the E5 disk and cuts the diagonal, white still has a response to H5 and still keeping that diagonal control. So this is very, very fascinating and very interesting.
Yeah, so it's a lot of diagonal control here. White has it at the moment. Black will be trying to get onto that diagonal to gain control of the game. Black has a lot more time to see ahead. If he plays a move to cut the diagonal, how will white respond to that? White still has 4 minutes, and it's getting towards the end of the game now, but he will be feeling that time pressure. We'll see if, he can hold off making a big game-losing mistake. If white wins this will be, well, good, because we get another game between these two. But I'm sure white will feel a lot of relief if he's able to come out of this unscathed.
Yes.
I do see a number of people having liked the live stream, so thank you for that. Make sure to keep the like button liked. If you haven't already, do that now. It takes a second. It doesn't cost you anything. Make sure to subscribe as well. Yeah, and thank you for sharing this moment with us. We're enjoying talking to you all, enjoying interacting with all 88 of you.
So it's Black's turn, and although White would quickly respond to Black's move of c7 by going to h5, I do still believe that c7 is the best choice here for Black, and even if White does White does keep the diagonal control still by going to h5 after that. Black has a move to b7, where on the left edge, White has a wing. So if White takes the a8 corner, for example, then Black is able to go to the a7 square and eventually conquer the left edge by going to a1. So White is still in a dangerous position in terms of the edge at the left as well as the diagonal. But if he is able to manage to pull off the diagonal control, then White would still be in a surviving position, I guess.
And yes, it is true that from this semi-final, the winner goes to the final, the loser goes to the third place playoffs. So, however this ends, we do get to see them both play again, which is exciting. Just to give an update on the other game, this game is currently ahead, so it's looking like it will finish before theirs, so we'll be able to switch over and give an update on that game. It's looking close at the moment. Nothing drastic to report on. Black has taken a corner, White has a wedge, but not in a way that's particularly advantageous for either side. So we'll keep you updated, but we want to keep our eyes on this game for now, with how exciting it is and how much is at stake for who plays in the final and for the Japanese team as a whole, and who represents them going into the final. So, Black has actually played at h5 here. He's using a bit more time, but still seems quite comfortable with it. White seems to be getting more and more in trouble with each move that's being played. Who has parity at the moment?
Well, so now White just made a move to h3, and if you look at the top 5 empty squares, obviously there are 5 empty squares, so it is an odd regional number. So if one of them is able to play out that top edge first, then that person would end up finishing off that region. So if Black makes a move to h2, for example, well, it would be in this case it will be hard to say, but anyways, the top edge is an odd region, so there's a both players need to consider about the parity in that region. But Black has made a move to c7.
Right, so if White plays in the top right here, he probably won't play h2, I would think. But if he does, and White takes the corner at h1, the top left becomes an odd region that White then can't play in.
Yes.
If White takes the corner, then the h2 square becomes a region, an odd region that white can't play in. So, yeah, so it's I don't know where is best for white here, but...
So, in terms of the diagonal control that we've been talking about,
Yep.
From B2 to G7, if white wants to still have control over that diagonal, white must go to B8 and flip the E5 disk. However, black still can cut the diagonal simply by going to D1 and flipping all those disks vertically. And yeah, so black would still be able to cut the diagonal, and white would be in a really big trouble. So white did end up going to G8 instead, where he can make use of that parity region on the bottom right. There were 3 empty squares, so white, black, white, and white would be the person, white would be the color to finish off that region. But black still has the E5 disk now, so black has access to A1, and if black goes to A1, then black would easily get the left edge by going to A7 and flipping all those disks on the left edge. So this is a very, very tough position for white, I would say. So Nagano is thinking about his options, thinking about where his best move is, obviously, and thinking about how to maximize the disks from here. And as we've been talking about, the Japanese players are very, very, well, first, they're very, very quick at flipping the pieces, the disks, and they're also good at reading the endgames. And they know how to finish off the puzzle, and they know how to maximize their pieces. So Nagano is in that process of thinking which sequence would give him the most amount of pieces. I would say just going to A1 is safe for black. So as I've said earlier, the top region is an odd numbered region. So if black goes to A1 now, then white, it's going to be hard for white to respond quickly, simply because he has very, very few options to make, very, very few moves, that legal moves that he can make. And so black goes to A1, and no matter how white responds to that, for example, going to H1, the H2 square is an empty square, and white won't be able to go there because it's not a legal move. So if black goes to A1, white H1, and then black D1, black would have a lot of pieces on the top edge, and although white has a response to B1 to finish off the top edge, black has many, many pieces that he can flip on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. So this is a very, very tough position for white, but Nagano is thinking about how to maximize his pieces.
Yeah, and we do see a shake of the head from Kurita, so I think he thinks he's losing.
Yes.
And obviously, at this level, if at this stage in the game, if you're even losing by a couple of discs, almost always that's enough to think that you're not going to win the game. So he seems a bit dejected there. You have to feel for him after winning 13 out of 13 in the Swiss tournament. Of course, it's not over yet until it's over. But he seems a bit upset at the whole situation, which is extremely reasonable. I'm going to, well, yes, if white wins, there will be a third round. If black wins, then we'll try and get them up to question. If you have any questions for them, I'm going to open the Q&A for these two players now. If there's another game, I'll ask these questions after the next game. But make sure to get all your questions about the games into the Q&A in the live chat. Including ones about user IDs on Othello Quest, if you want to know those. Maybe they'll share them with you.
So Nagano still has 13 and a half minutes left, which is plenty of time for him to think through and finish the game in his head and just count the pieces. And he's just thinking about which sequence of moves is the best for him, which sequence can he maximize his pieces.
Although number of pieces doesn't actually count towards tiebreak. So assuming he knows that, he might just be double-checking, triple-checking, quadruple-checking that he definitely wins this game.
Yes, it's very, very easy for players, even the top players, to just mess up in the end game, and just even if a player is ahead in the end game, a small mistake, even if like a player makes a move and makes one small mistake, that mistake can lead to a loss. So Nagano really has the patience and to think through his moves, and is very cautious about which move to make, and so that he doesn't mess up, and so that he can just confirm his victory.
Yeah, and of course we saw it yesterday with Suakuni. He counted out the endgame, thought he had a win, and actually missed a move in that line that he had counted. And Suakuni, of course, is one of the all-time Othello greats. So if he, especially known as the endgame master, if he can mess that up, it's of course not out of the question for either of these two players to mess up either. So still a very complicated, exciting position where black has to be very careful in how he proceeds.
So black is thinking right now. He could go to A1, D1 is also another option, simply to force white to take the H1 corner, and even if white has all the discs at the top edge, the H2 square would be an illegal move for white to make afterwards. So white won't be able to go there, and black would be able to save that move for parity reasons. Black also has white's wing at the left edge, so he can utilize that and just take the A1 corner later on to just gain the left edge pieces. So black has a few options, or the H8 corner. So black does have very good options to make here, and so yes, Nagano is still in the thinking process.
Yeah, just to go back to the other semi-final going on at the moment, it's still looking close. This game is comfortably ahead, so we will be able to bring the closing moments, hopefully, of that semi-final too. Alessandro, if you're listening over in the Italian stream, we heartily apologise for not covering it more this game, but we hope you understand with the levels of excitement for the semi-final between these two Japanese players. This is probably up there with one of the best Othello games I've spectated. Just in terms of the gameplay, the strategy going into it, the psychological element, and of course what's at stake with it being the semi-final. Yeah, definitely using a lot more of his time now. You wonder if he'll actually end up lower on time at the end. I don't know how much time Kurita will use from here. He'll obviously be using Nagano's time to think in as well. He seems a bit more disappointed with the position. So, yeah. But again, it's a complex position, so you never know what will happen. And I'm sure Kurita, with his vast experience, knows that.
Going back a few moves, when white took that left edge by going to A2, that might have been the deciding factor of winning or of losing or winning or position for white. The fact that white has a wing at the left edge, it's very tough for white now to. First, white can't make any moves at the top left, nor the bottom left. B8, but okay. So Nagano has made a move to D1, which was one of the sequences that we were talking about. And yes, white is sort of almost forced to take H1 and get that top edge. Black has taken the A1 corner, so white would most likely go to B1. because if he doesn't, then black can go there. So he goes there first, and then Nagano just took the left edge.
This is nail-biting stuff.
Yes, but Kurita can still gain a lot of discs vertically when he goes to d8. Those 6 pieces would become white, and that's a lot of pieces for Kurita.
And because of the disc at f2, it means that when black plays in h2, which he'll probably save for parity, it means those discs gained vertically won't be able to be flipped back, probably. So most of them will become what's known as a stable disc, which means a disc that cannot be flipped. This is pretty tense. Yeah, black has parity, which is huge. White is able to pull out a number of discs here. So it's all on the line here, especially for Kurita. Will black be able to hold on? Will white be able to complicate things? It's all far too tense for me to think about.
Yes.
I'm just going to watch, appreciate it. I'm sure both of them will have, especially with Kurita having 30-something seconds left, and black down to 5 minutes. They'll both have mostly calculated to the end of the game here. I think they'll play it quite quickly. I think Nagano is probably counting a bit more here, just to double check that he wins. But it's very, very close. We'll see what happens. Counting will be a bit more, panicky for Kurita, because as soon as black plays, his clock starts ticking. He has to switch from using that time to think to playing instantly, which means the control again is kind of all with Nagano here. Kurita has to be very careful. But again, the d8 move is huge. It flips a lot of discs, a lot of stable discs.
Yes.
And so will be something that Nagano is thinking about carefully. Is he able to stop that? Does he actually need to worry about it? Like, although it gets white discs, will it be enough for white? Nagano will be thinking that through now, and will know. So he's played b7.
Mm-hmm. And Kurita is under 30 seconds. All right. So
he has played the move at d8, and flipped a lot of discs. White has so many discs on the board now.
Yes.
It's a question of, with the remaining moves, of which black gets 2 at the end, I think. So black will get the second last move and then the last move as well, so parity. White has loads of discs on the board at the moment. Will black be able to flip enough in return? And here we see him. He has plenty of time, and he has done both of them. And the game finishes as a 34-30 win for Nagano. So Nagano is through to the final. Kurita will play in the third, fourth playoff. What a game.
absolutely fascinating.
Incredible. And it came down to very, very close in the end. What an interesting opening. Interesting opening, interesting mid-game, fascinating endgame, an emotional response from Nagano there.
Yes, Nagano feels very, very relieved that he was able to beat the pressure and just pull the game off and just win the game. And just look at Kurita, he is just disappointed. He is just in a loss of words.
Yeah, and if you followed last year, the semi-finals last year, getting to the finals meant so much to Kento Arano. He spoke about it as his one chance to win the World Championships. And of course it will mean as much to both of these players, who will probably both be exhausted from these two epic games going into the final. We're switching back to, they seem to have sped up a little bit. Of course, Barassi is white here. Anjali is black. They have 6 moves left on the board, and it is black's go. We'll try and get both of the Japanese players up soon to interview after this game has finished. Make sure to get your questions in the live chat. Like, if you don't have a question for them, that's just crazy. Those were epic games. Ask about their strategies, about what they were thinking, about anything. Here they seem to have counted out the last parts of the game. They're playing it out. So we will see who is the other finalist and who will go to the 3rd, 4th playoff.
Yes.
So we see Anjali just double checking. He's probably already counted. He's known for being a quick, deliberate player. So we will see.
Yes.
And that has finished as also a 34-30 win for black. I think Anjali won the first game as well, didn't he? So we do have Anjali through to the finals here. Barassi will, again, for the 2nd year in a row, be in the 3rd, 4th playoff. Sporting handshake from the 2 players there.
Yes.
Looks like another good game. Apologies that we weren't able to cover it in quite as much depth, but I'm sure you'll understand why. And of course, Ivan saying the Italian commentary, which will have covered this game more, sounds a bit more like horse racing or a penalty shootout. Very excited Italian commentary. We're joined here by Nagano. Hello. Should we shuffle up so we're all in shot? Normally at this stage we do have someone moving the camera. It's quite a beefy camera, but we'll just all shuffle up. I think we have Karita joining us in a moment as well. Here he is. We'll shuffle again. We'll all mute ourselves so nothing happens, but I'll move up quickly. We'll be right back. Hello. We're back. It's an emotional moment, of course. We've seen how much it means to the Japanese players. What an exciting semi-final. Karita, of course, won 13 out of 13, which hasn't been done for a long time. Even Kento Arano last year only managed to win 12 and a half games. So Kurita, of course, will always be remembered for his amazing Swiss run here. I'll start with Nagano. Earlier in the tournament, when you two played, you lost. I asked, maybe foolishly, did you have any plans coming into the semi-final? You didn't want to give away any secrets. What were your secrets, if you're comfortable sharing them now?
まず、長野選手お疲れ様でした。予選では、栗田さんに負けていたと思いますが、その時にここで我々がお聞きした質問が、どういったなんでしょう、対策で今後栗田選手にもし当たるのであれば、挑みたいと思いますかとお聞きしたときにそれは秘密ですとおっしゃってたのを我々は覚えています。ですが、今その秘密を明かしてもらえるのは、可能でしょうか。それか、もしくは栗田選手と準決勝で当たると決まったとき、何かしらの作戦ですとか対策は立てていたのか、どうですか。
もちろん栗田さんと当たることは想定していて、決勝で当たることも大会の前から想定していたので、本局、1局目2局目両方とも準備の進行というか、よく準備したものを使いました。で特に2局目、自分が苦労を持った試合なんですけれども、進行は、あまり、有名ではないマイナーな進行なんですけれども、ただ、古くから研鑽を積んでいるプレイヤーであればある程度の深さまで知っているだろうということを、織り込み済みで言っていまして、でそこは、栗田さんへの信頼というか、自分が、B7 かなの X を打つところまでは、ほぼほぼ確実に局面に至るだろうということを想定していて、あそこから先でその白がミスをしうるポイント、それに対して黒がどう対応するかっていうことをかなり入念に調べ上げていて、そこから一定のミスも許さないというような形で準備をして臨みました。
So, yes, I did prepare a lot for my two semifinal games that I just had, and I knew Kurita. I was facing Kurita, and I knew that he was a very, very good player. So I did prepare a lot for these two games, and especially in the second game, where I was black, I chose an opening which, compared to all the other openings, it was a little bit of a minor opening, which isn't really commonly used. But the top players who've been playing Othello for a long time, they would know a lot in depth about the horse opening that I used. And until the X move that I made, well, in my perspective, B7, until that X move, I was very comfortable playing. But after that, I was out of book, and I had to use my critical thinking skills and just think about how to bring the game to a position where I was in the lead.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch. Your second game especially, both games you played very quickly at first. The second game you used less than a minute for the first 35 moves. Were you playing that quickly as kind of a psychological tactic?
そうですね。1回戦も2回戦も、準決勝で、我々が感じたのは、とてもこう素早く、反応して進行を進めていったと思いますが、特に2番目の、対局で本当に中盤、35手目までもう本当にもうスラスラっと展開を進めていったと思いますが、それは事前にこう、準備していたものなのか、あと、本当に時間たくさんあった中で、どういったこう時間のコントロールの仕方とか意識していましたでしょうか。
2つのポイントがあって、1つは心理的な面で、 対局相手の栗田さんにプレッシャーをかけていこうというのが1点目で、もう1点は、先ほど、言いました通り非常に事前に準備していた進行を使いましたので、なので試合中に10分間考える代わりに試合の前にも10時間どの手を打とうということをよく考えて試合に臨んでいたので、そのあたりは思い出すぐらいの時間はかけましたけれども、もう自分の決めた判断を信じて進めようと思いました。
So, yes, to answer your question, there were psychological reasons behind my moves, and by making those quick moves, I believe I was able to make pressure to Krita, and I was able to make use of the time really, really well in the endgame. So that's where I used my time a lot in the endgame. So up to there, I was able to save my time and just think a lot in the endgame.
Karita, firstly, you don't have to answer anything
okay.
if you don't want, no pressure.
Okay.
You won 13 out of 13 in the Swiss tournament.
Yes.
That's something that will be remembered for years, like as an incredible feat. It's never been done before, as far as I remember. Anyone feel free to correct that. But I think I remember last year when Kento Arano, he finished on 12 and a half. Are you proud of yourself for finishing on 13 out of 13? And what will your plans be following this tournament? Will you come back next year?
予選13回戦本当に全勝で、去年の浦野選手、も 12.5 勝で、予選を勝ち進んだと思いますが、もう本当に予選13戦全勝というのはすごくめったに 見られない成績だと思うので、自分のこの成績を、誇りに思っていますでしょうか。
そうですね。はい。はい。すみません。誇りにははい思ってます。はい。
Yes, I do feel proud of my results in the 13 rounds that I've played.
Yeah, fair enough. One last thing. The live chat has been asking for your Othello Quest usernames. They're both very impressed with the games that they've watched. Would you be okay in sharing them in the live chat quickly, and then we'll end this interview?
ライブチャットで、オーディエンスがちょっと興味深く思っているのが、オセロクエストのアカウント名なんですけれども、それは共有していただくことは可能でしょうか。
僕ですかね。
Just here.
秘密です。シークレット。
I use ウミガメ P ウミゲーム P.
Do you want to type it in here? It's not in Japanese, is it?
Oh, yes.
That might be a problem. So here is. Oh, there isn't. It should be there. Yeah. So that's Karita's, Nagano's, sorry. Would you be okay?
It's a secret.
No, it's a secret.
Yeah.
No, that's, if anything, that's cooler. That's
Yes.
very cool. One more question actually from someone was, Nagano, obviously you're known for your opening preparation. If you're okay sharing that, how do you go about preparing openings? What methods do you use?
そうですね。長野選手は本当に事前の準備、研究、定石の研究ですとか、深いところまで研究されていると思いますが、研究するときに意識しているところですとか、他のプレイヤーとかに何かアドバイスがあれば共有していただけますでしょうか。
そうですね。一般的なことですけれども、いろいろ手を出しすぎずにこれだと思った進行をいろいろと深掘りするというか、広く調べるというよりは 深く調べていく。で、自分の得意なものを何か一つ手に入れるってことが大事なんじゃないでしょうか。
Yes, well, generally speaking, rather than learning and studying a variety of sequences of moves, I just search and look for the ones that I can really go in depth and study a lot in depth, and choose the best ones that are comfortable for me. And so that's how I go about studying and preparing for my openings.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. That will be a semi-final that the World Othello community will remember for years. Exciting from both of you, and the run from both of you leading up to it. So thank you for treating us to that. Yeah, that's everything for this interview. If we could just cut the cameras quickly, we'll get the other two semi-finalists in to ask questions for. Thank you. We'll be back in a second.
Thank you.
Hello. We are back. We do see the youth final here, but I'm currently actually joined by Michele, Barassi and Anelli. And they were obviously the other two semi-finalists. Anelli, you ended up winning, so you're going into the final. So congratulations, first of all. How did you find those two games? Obviously, you won in 2 games. Did you prepare anything special for the semi-final?
ยินดีด้วยที่ผ่านมา2 รอบแล้วก็ถามว่ามีวิธีการเตรียมตัวยังไงที่2 เกมที่ผ่านมาได้เตรียมตัวอะไรเป็นพิเศษหรือเปล่าเพื่อที่จะชนะ
ก็จริงๆแล้วไม่ได้เตรียมตัวอะไรเลยเนื่องจากเวลาของไทยกับทางอิตาลีมันค่อนข้างแตกต่างกันเยอะก็เตรียมตัวแค่พักผ่อนอย่างเดียวจริงๆพักผ่อนให้เพียงพอ
He said he didn't prepare anything at all. The only technique is he rests well throughout the day because traveling to Italy takes lots of time and we also have jet lag. So resting is the best way to prepare.
Yeah, that's really interesting. If we could get the view of us up again, we'll get back to the youth final. Don't worry, people. But it wouldn't be fair not to, would it? They also gave us some incredible games. Michele, you've played some of the most exciting games in the tournament this year. What was your strategy going into this semi-final, and were you disappointed that it didn't work?
So did I have a strategy?
Yes. Did you have any
I didn't.
plans?
No, I didn't
you
have
just went
any
into
strategy.
it playing.
No, I just so I came here with no preparation, and I know he knows a lot of amazing openings, and he knows them very deep. So I think my only chance to try and put up a fight is to just play something completely random and try to beat him in the mid game. And probably in both games I played better than him, apart from the 8 discs at the beginning. But it was not enough. But I'm really happy with how the game went. They were really fun, and I hope you also had fun watching them.
We also had Alessandro, obviously, commentating on it in Italian for the Italian viewers. How has it been? Because you're Italian, you're playing for Switzerland, but you're Italian. How has it been playing in your home country?
It's nice because you get pasta for lunch.
Although, saying that, I'd never had pasta al dente. And when I normally have pasta like that, it means I haven't cooked it properly. So that was a surprise. But all the food here has been amazing. The Italian Federation has done an amazing job. And Anelli, for the final, is there anything, obviously, if it's a secret, you don't have to say, but is there anything, what are your hopes for the final?
จริงๆถ้าเป็นความลับก็ไม่ต้องพูดก็ได้แต่ว่าเตรียมการอะไรไว้สำหรับไฟนอลหรือเปล่าแบบรู้สึกยังไงแบบแชร์สิ่งที่เตรียมเอาไว้อะไรอย่างเงี้ย
ก็จริงๆมันตื่นเต้นมากจริงๆแล้วเราก็ไม่ได้มีเวลาเตรียมตัวเยอะขนาดนั้นเราก็เล่นเท่าที่เราเล่นได้เพราะว่าปีนี้เราก็ไม่ได้คาดหวังอะไรด้วย
Oh, he's very excited, but he didn't really prepare much. So we just go with the flow and just enjoy it. Didn't expect anything, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations on how you've done.
Thank you.
We are going to go back to the youth final now. So if we could switch the screen to that. We're going to keep the semi-finalists here up. Okay. All right, so back to the youth game. I'm actually joined here now by McKelly, and we're going to watch the remainder of this game. I will get it up on so we can see what's happened so far. This appears to still be the semi-final. Am I being stupid?
Yeah, no. Maybe a refresh?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, this is the first, not the other one.
Right, so, okay, I know what's happening now. This that we're watching is the final between Oski and Calvinco. Obviously, Japan versus Singapore has been a pairing that we've seen in the past. Lots of there's also the third-fourth playoff, which we'll try and keep you updated on. That's between Dvivon Konstantin from Israel and Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands. But we'll be watching this one as it's the final. So, it looks like they've played a tiger opening. Obviously, both of these players are much better than I am. They might be youth and they might look all innocent and friendly, but when it gets down to a good game of Othello, they'll take it very seriously. And there's lots of support from both of these players. So what do you think about the position at the moment? It's White's go at the moment. What will White be looking at here?
So I guess it's a tricky position for sure. I actually don't like the last move f2, because now if White plays h4, then so I think here it's the classic position where White has to just survive and Black has to find a way to win. And so here it's not easy to see how Black can close White. I'm sure Black is ahead, but I also think Black will have some difficulties in finding the right line.
Yeah, and of course, Black is Japanese here, and Japanese players are just scary, full stop.
And now that I look at it a bit more, I start to really like the move f2. Because after f2, if White plays h4, h3, then Black has a free move in d7, and so White will kind of collapse after h4. So probably White has to find some alternatives, but there aren't many, it seems.
So who would you rather be in this position? We've asked this quite a lot through each of the games.
Black.
Black.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the only reasonable move here for White is e1, because I think all the other moves will collapse pretty quickly. So
yep.
If a6, e1, h4, h3, d2, d7, and White looks pretty much dead. Maybe with e1, White still has some chances.
What about h4? I think if I were...
So yeah, that was my first thought, but after h4, h3, White can play two moves in d2 and a6 or a5, and Black can play two moves in e1 and d7. and then it's white turn, and white has no access to c8, so it's just that.
Okay, no, that's
So
fair
that's
enough.
why white has to take away the e1 move. Even then, I don't know how doable it is, because e1, f1, then possibly g1. So yeah, so if I was white, I would just play e1 because the rest looks bad.
Yeah, I guess it's a question of how many moves do the youths nowadays think ahead. Obviously, you went quite into depth there. You're one of the top players in the world. It's will they be able to see the same things?
Well, actually, I think people think that we go in very much in depth, but sometimes you don't really need to go in depth because you can clearly see that e1 and d7 are tempos for black, and white has just two remaining moves, one in d2
Sure.
and one in a6, so it's 2 and 2. So you kind of just have to go to depth to figure it out, and white plays e1 as expected.
And that's, yeah, it's interesting watching people much younger than me play moves that are much better than the ones that I would play. Yeah. Did you play either of these players in the Swiss tournament?
Yes, I played Otsuka Kawazoe. Hope I didn't mispronounce it too badly.
No, I think it was all right. And how was it?
So I think it was a very good game. So he played an excellent game as white, but I chose an opening that if black, he played an excellent game as black, but I chose an opening where if black doesn't know it, it becomes really, really hard for black. And he didn't know it, at least he knew it, and he could guess a lot of moves, but then he just lost some discs here, some discs there, and I'm proud of that game because I lost 0 discs in the whole game. So it was
Did you know the whole game
perfect
perfectly, or
No,
you
I
had
just figured
wow.
out the last 20 something moves.
Just a subtle flex there, losing 0 discs in a high-level game.
Yeah, and I managed to do it twice this World Championship. So
Who was the other one?
Very happy. That was just a book.
Oh, okay.
Game. In the rows, I won 33-31 with Daniel Rosler.
Okay. I mean, still, wow. Did he know that game all the way through as well?
So he played it correctly. I think we both didn't know it exactly, but we knew more or less.
Yeah, that must be quite the feeling to look back through a game in the analysis and realise that you played perfectly.
Yeah. And the funny aspect about the game I played with Daniel Dufour is that, Daniel Rosler, is that I played exactly the same game in a semi-final of the Italian Championship some years ago.
Wow.
But let's look at the game. What should black do here?
I think I've been playing far too much 1 minute Othello. I think I would just play something like h4 and then play out that edge without thinking about it, but there
he
we
did
go.
the same. Probably to avoid white h4, which is reasonable.
And is h3 just the natural response here, or?
Yeah, I guess without h3, white will be dead soon, and that's why white plays there. Now I think it's really tricky for black. The black needs to find some sequence, and I don't think there is any obvious way to play this out. Ooh, that was fast.
They're youths. Their
Wow.
minds work very, very fast.
Wow, okay. Okay.
So he's just trying to run Calvin out of moves here.
Yes,
it's
yes. So I think now G8 is forced. I don't really see what else can White do, because if White does anything else, Black plays... Well, no, maybe... Let's see. If White plays A6, for example, and Black plays D7, and then White has to play the sequence like G8, H8, H7, G7. Then what? Then probably White takes the corner H in H1, which looks okay for White. Still, I don't see much of a reason to play A6 now. So I would just play G8, because I think you can just do it in the future if the need arises. And so I don't see a reason to just play that pair now.
Yeah, but it is looking like White needs to survive a bit more here.
And I'm wondering if after G8, Black plays H8. So if Black doesn't play H8, he goes for the A6. Interesting. What do you think is the best move here? Because Black again has to figure something out.
I think initially D7 is the move I would look at. The only thing that would scare me is that it flips the G4 disc, which means that if, although obviously then if White played G7, they wouldn't also be able to play at G8.
And what do you think about Black B7?
Black B7. Wow. I mean, that's a... I wouldn't even have looked at that, I think.
Squares are underrated. But actually B7 could be the tempo that Black needs, because after B7, G8, C8, and then what can White do? At the top there's nothing, so probably B7, G7. I guess that doesn't work either. I guess B7 is a killer move, isn't it?
It looks it. It's whether they'll see it, I guess.
Well,
I hadn't even looked at it, I can't lie. At my level.
If they look at it for at least a second, probably they will play it.
And of course, these are two highly rated players. They are very good, and so we'll be able to see things like that. I think normally in this kind of position, there tend to be quite sensible moves that you can play, whereas B7 is a very exciting move. But he has gone and played
He's seen it. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't like to call games before the end, but in this case, I really don't see how White can win. Maybe White can. I guess the desperate last attempt could be to play G7. Anything else looks...
I believe this final is just the one game as well.
Yes.
And it is, at this point, looking comfortable for Black. Do you know how old he is?
No.
No, he looks young.
He looks very young.
He looks very clever.
I think we'll hear about him soon.
Oh yeah.
Not in the youth championship.
Well, we had Fukuchi
yeah.
a few years ago, who actually won the individual championships at 11 10?
Yeah.
He was 10 or 11. I think 11.
I think 11. I might be wrong.
He was young, is the point.
He was young. Yeah, really young.
And was the best in the world that year. But I think since then he's kind of gone on to focus more on school and other areas of life. Because obviously...
Yeah, sometimes life comes.
Yeah, especially at that age. I think to maintain the spot as the top Othello player in the world takes a lot of work. And I'm sure...
Otherwise you lose the semis.
Yeah. And I'm sure, at that point, there are other things, other interests he has as well. So I guess the question will be, will he dedicate himself to Othello? Because obviously Othello's big in Japan as well. Or will there be other things that come up in his life?
Well, I guess he has time. I don't know how the school system in Japan works. Personally, until high school, I had a lot of time to dedicate to Othello. Then with the start of university, it was mostly just follow what I already did, and I didn't really have time to prepare in advance.
I think I was the opposite. I think as soon as I went to university, that was my time to relax and learn Othello. Instead of doing the assignments and stuff I probably should have. But I did all right in the end, so that's all good. The time is ticking for White. It's probably, he's more looking in desperation here than anything.
I don't think.
What happens if he plays G8? What happens there?
So if G8, then C8, and then I think so. White has to flip the X square somehow, or White could try to gain a tempo with G7, H7, D2, but I don't really see it taking White anywhere because there is the killer move C7 again, C8 again. So I would probably play something like C8 or B8 now.
And it looked like Oski played a Tiger opening, which is probably the opening that we've seen the most throughout this tournament. So even at this young age, he's clearly sensible. He's just playing considered moves here. And to be able to see something like B7 is, especially at that age, I think that's quite cool. So White's played G2 here, Black takes a corner, and
I think G2 was bad. It doesn't give White any advantage. I mean, there were no good moves, but
I think his plan is probably to try and get on the diagonal and have access to
but
A8,
I don't think there is any way to do it. So I'm wondering if he'll think right till the very end of his time, or he will just give up.
Yeah, we might see a game played very quickly here from now.
Yeah, I think Black will play very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't know what White will do.
Of course, it is a one-round final, so in the off chance that they draw this game, one of the players will have chosen the colour for this game, and the other player will win if they draw. So Oski here actually chose to win if they draw, whereas Calvin chose the colour white, which it tends to be the common choice if you're choosing a colour. Is that just because of parity?
I don't know. So many people choose white. Oh, I think Black is trying to make things more complicated for him. I would have just played H7, D2, C8. Like this, it looks maybe a bit... easier. Well, if white plays h7 after, well, no, black still wins because h7, g8, d7, but then c8 works, I think. Or white can start with d2 now, though. After d2, probably c8, and then the same line as before. I think white here has a chance. So I guess d2, probably c8, and then h7. Oh no. No, I see. Because white somehow wants to fill the pair before playing d2. Might be reasonable. So now white has to play d2. Yes. And now if black goes for the killer move c8, white can still play h7, g8, d7.
Right,
No,
so-
wait, but after h7, black can play d7. So white is still dead. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and of course c8 here, white can't actually play in the hole at d7.
Yeah.
But he's
Oh, he's
gone-
starting. Oh, probably he played this just to avoid white h7. So yeah, also feeling that pair works.
okay. And then
Yeah, so he chose. Personally, I find the line he chose more complicated than necessary, but probably he sees things more than me.
Yeah.
Or he was trying to maximize the discs.
and it's just going to be a fast game from here, probably.
Yeah.
There's not. White has to respond. He doesn't have many responses to each move, so not much to think about there. He
Yeah.
gives a shake of the head there. He seems to have known that it's a bit over. I wonder if black will pull anything exciting out the bag here. I'm sure he
Since
wants
it's the
to.
final, it's just one round.
It's one round.
I would go for the most
But
boring
I-
thing possible.
Yeah, it would be sensible, but I wonder if he's trying to save the d7 square for the last move as like an odd region to play in.
Yeah, that's an option.
Which, of course, if he plays a5, which is probably also a sensible move, white can then play in d7. So I wonder if he's going to try and avoid that.
No, I think. Oh, moment of
Indecisiveness
doubt.
here.
Yeah,
But he
that's
goes for it.
right.
Just loads of discs. There's not much white can do. But of course, we spoke to Calvin after his game earlier in the tournament, which he lost, and he's a lovely guy, very sporting in defeat. So, of course, there's no shame to lose in the final. They're
I think he
both great
played
players.
an interesting game, and if black didn't find these killer moves, it might have been different. So here the right line looks like a1, c2, and then I think white only has b3, a3 before a4. Then probably white will get some discs.
Will it be a wipeout?
No,
No.
I think there is no way to flip g6.
Okay. But the other two discs at g4 and g3 will get flipped, or?
Yes, because now I think white only has b4 and b3, right?
Yeah.
And then, so before a4, b3, a3 in whatever order. But then also white will probably save some discs on the b column. Yeah.
Yeah, here we have the final stages of the game.
And black will lose a few discs. The B column. It was a quick game.
It was a quick game, but quite an exciting game. The B7 move from...
The B7 killer move was really nice.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
so, thank you for
commentating.
And congratulations to both players. And I know the score doesn't say much about the quality of Calvin, but I'm sure he put up a good fight, and I hope he will soon have his revenge.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And good luck for the playoff.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Cool. So Japan have won the youth final there, the youth championships. I'm sure we'll get them both up for an interview soon. Hopefully someone that can speak Japanese as well, because otherwise I'm in a bit of a pickle there. We will ask how old they are, what they do to practice. Yeah, that was a quick game, but a very exciting game.
17, 20, 21, non ce la fa, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, 35, mamma mia per pochissimo!
Oh, mamma mia,
che finale! Mamma mia che finale, complimenti, complimenti a Nagano. Vai, l'ultima mossa, vediamo, bravo Nagano, finale! Bellissimo, bellissimo, adesso non c'è stato di Michele, andiamo a vedere Michele, che sta combinando? Michele la parità, sì, al 7, buono!
Siamo all'ultimo giro,
Sì, ultime mosse, dai che Michele la portiamo a casa.
parità appena finita.
E poi la cosa buona è che dopo G7, io ho avuto Ruben a casa, adesso parlo pure spagnolo, mi perdo con le lingue. La cosa buona è che dopo G7 c'è F8 fa un sacco di pedine.
Sì, F8
fai un sacco di pedine, quindi assolutamente abbiamo modo di recuperare sulla diagonale, abbiamo modo di recuperare.
Tra l'altro Michele qua ha solo 16 secondi.
Aspetta, qui è un po' complicato.
Dai Michele. C'è
la diagonale lì che è fastidiosa, non ci fa scherzi.
Michele, il tempo, non farci scherzi col tempo, Michele, non farci scherzi col tempo, adesso non sappiamo quanto effettivamente la ipoteca sia aggiornata.
Vediamo un po' quanto manca, cosa dice?
La rismaggio non ce l'abbiamo.
Mamma mia, guardate che nel frattempo qui è disperato, mannaggia, mi dispiace
quando vinci 13 partite al girone eliminatorio e poi perdi 2-0 una semifinale, penso ce la fa col pareggio. Forse ce la fa col pareggio, no, sopra 37, 38, no, non ce la fa.
No, come no?
Non ce la fa, porca miseria.
Come no?
Non ce la fa, ragazzi.
Ultima mossa.
Non ce la
quanto
fa.
tempo c'ha Anciuli? 7 secondi, Michele, un minuto Anciuli, una vita.
Che peccato.
Mannaggia la miseria. 38, 33, 34. Bravo lo stesso a Michele. Bravo finale buono, pazzesco.
Michele non lo vedo neanche troppo arrabbiato, quindi l'ha presa.
Io penso che comunque lui sa che ha fatto un ottimo torneo, si è portato nella fase finale che era già molto difficile, ha fatto il massimo, sicuramente l'unico rimpianto è quell'errore nella mossa della prima partita che si porterà magari più tardi, speriamo però di cancellarlo perché comunque un terzo posto è alla sua portata ed è fondamentale provare a non mollare fino alla fine. E chi non mollerà fino alla fine è qui vicino a noi, Chiara Gigliucci, un nuovo applauso. Comunque ha giocato contro Chiesi che è un avversario tosto, difficile, sappiamo cosa ci dice di questa partita.
È stata abbastanza complicata.
Hai sentito un po' di tensione durante la partita o l'hai giocata serena? Com'è stata?
Ma diciamo sì, in alcuni momenti un po' tesa, quindi infatti pensavo tanto perché mi sentivo sempre in svantaggio. Quindi cercavo un po' di restare viva.
Sì, allora un nostro diciamo, analisi
dai nostra partita, dai, tanto è sbagliato.
Innanzitutto sei uscita abbastanza bene all'apertura, perché è vero che lei guadagnava tempi di gioco su un bordo, ma tu rimanevi molto compatta al centro. Lei ha fatto a un certo punto un 5 e quel 5 tu dovevi già immaginarlo come una figura attaccabile fondamentalmente. C'è stata una situazione nel centro partita pieno, quindi ancora in gara, in cui tu avresti potuto farle aprire una mossa sulla X per attaccare quel 5, purtroppo ti è sfuggita in un paio di occasioni e lì si è persa la chance. Però Chiara sicuramente la analizziamo, non è un problema, Katie ha di suo molto brava in tutte le fasi della partita, no? Tu hai dimostrato di avere un'ottima apertura, hai dimostrato di avere un ottimo centro partita, lei ha ancora un po' più di esperienza nel finale, è riuscita ad ottimizzare tutte le situazioni, però io sono convinto che questa cosa a te ti carica, no? Alla fine che soddisfazione, no? Potersela giocare con una campionessa del mondo, perché lei è la campionessa del mondo carica.
Sì, infatti, sì, no, comunque bella partita comunque.
Ti porti a casa una grande esperienza, cioè adesso sai, la partita che abbiamo visto, tu hai giocato veramente bene all'inizio, senza dare mosse, senza fare mosse difficili, quindi hai conservato una posizione invidiabile. Poi però sai cosa ti è mancato? Ti è mancato proprio il graffio della tibia. Nel momento in cui tu avevi la partita nelle proprie mani, dovevi attaccare, dovevi attaccare quel 5,
cioè un po' di aggressività.
Lì ci voleva la parte aggressiva che devi tirare fuori adesso in allenamento. Cioè
allora ti tolgo una curiosità intanto, perché si è giocata anche l'altra semifinale femminile, per chi non lo sapesse, in cui nonostante diciamo il pronostico poi giustamente confermato dalla giapponese Hisako Kinoshita, ha avuto la meglio di Veronica Stenberg soltanto 33-31. Ne parlavamo prima che è vero che nel torneo si è dimostrato una certa differenza di qualità di gioco, ma Veronica è stata campionessa del mondo in passato, quindi comunque non ti dimentichi certe situazioni, sulla partita secca può succedere di tutto, però chissà che questa delusione del 33-31 la scarica un po' Veronica e Chiara ci fa il colpaccio per il terzo posto, noi ancora abbiamo tanto da voler, cioè il nostro torneo non è finito, noi vogliamo ancora giocarci l'ultima partita per quel posto in più che figlia di Chiara significa tanto, dimostrerebbe, lo dimostra già, hai fatto già una cosa eccezionale che non sei lì a caso, terza significherebbe proprio
hai fatto un pezzo della cosa eccezionale, devi
esatto.
andare a conquistare
si accontenta dopo, non prima.
Giocatrici belle importanti, quindi...
ma anche tu sei campionessa italiana,
ti faccio un esempio,
hai la bandiera italiana e sei assolutamente una giocatrice di livello e di spessore, fatti valere perché hai le qualità per fare.
Ti dico una cosa ancora per farti capire quanto devi apprezzare. La stessa Kelly in apertura, quando tu hai giocato la triple centrale, ha fatto una variazione. Cioè lei temeva che tu potessi studiarla, che tu potessi trovare una soluzione alla sua apertura classica, ha variato, gli hai messo quel timore reverenziale, quel timore di dire non è niente scontato, e che è una cosa che tu devi essere la prima a essere convinta in te, perché è l'unico modo per provare a vincere la prossima, che sta altrettanto difficile. Roberto su questo è grande esperto, lo dice sempre, c'è il torneo della partita e poi c'è il torneo della persona, cioè affrontare la partita con convinzione, con la cattiveria giusta, far capire all'avversario che tu non sei lì per caso, poi può vincere, però sicuro lo rende più nervoso, lo rende più incerto, lo costringe. Nel momento in cui l'avversario ha stima di te e comincia a pensare però se questa cosa l'ho vista io, l'ha vista pure lui, allora non la faccio, e allora si complica la situazione e sei sempre in partita.
Un piccolo consiglio lo possiamo dare a Chiara? Chiara col tempo un po' più cattiva, nel senso, ho visto che hai
ottimizza un po',
subito il tempo, nel senso che lei pensava sul tuo tempo, se sai che bene o male sono quelle due mosse e vai a giocare quella, premi subito sul tempo, dai impressione sul tempo perché metti agitazione. Quando hai il tempo che scorre dalla tua parte hai anche l'ansia, quindi liberati subito del problema quando sei sicuro.
Quando si può, insomma.
In bocca al lupo.
Dai, in bocca al lupo, brava Chiara, brava Chiara. Chissà se Michele torna a trovarci, sarà un po' deluso, magari adesso starà ripensando, rivedendo le sue partite, se torna sicuramente faremo volentieri.
Basta che non è andato a Gariscia.
No, assolutamente no, lo vogliamo tra noi, insomma. Mamma mia!
Nagano te le
7, 9, 10, 13, 15, 17, 20, 21.
Non ce la fa.
18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, 35. Mamma mia, per buonissimo!
Mamma mia,
che finale! Mamma mia, che finale! Complimenti, complimenti a Nagano.
Chiude Nagano.
Vai, l'ultima mossa, vediamo. Bravo Nagano, finale. Bellissimo, bellissimo. Adesso faccio fare su Michele. Andiamo a vedere Michele. Che sta combinando? Michele, la parità. Sì, al 7, buono.
Siamo all'ultimo giro.
Sì, ultime mosse. Dai che Michele la portiamo a casa.
Michele in parità appena finisce.
E poi la cosa buona è che dopo G7, io ho avuto Ruben a casa, adesso parlo pure spagnolo, mi perdo con le lingue. La cosa buona è che dopo G7 c'è F8 fa un sacco di pedine.
Sì, F8
fai un sacco di pedine, quindi assolutamente abbiamo modo di recuperare sulla diagonale, abbiamo modo di recuperare.
Tra l'altro Michele qui qua solo 16 secondi.
Aspetta, qui è un po' complicato.
Dai Michele. C'è
la diagonale lì che è fastidiosa, non ci fa scherzi.
Michele, il tempo, non farci scherzi col tempo, Michele, non farci scherzi col tempo. Adesso non sappiamo quanto effettivamente la ipotesi sia aggiornata.
Vediamo un po' quanto manca, cosa dice?
La immagine non ce l'abbiamo.
Mamma mia, guardate, nel frattempo Guida è disperato,
quando vinci 13 partite al girone eliminatorio e poi perdi 2-0 una semifinale, penso ce la fa col pareggio, no, sopra 38, no, non ce la fa.
No, come no?
Non ce la fa, porca miseria.
Come no?
Non ce la fa, ragazzi.
Ultima mossa.
Non ce la
quanto
fa.
tempo c'ha Anciuli? 7 secondi Michele, un minuto Anciuli, una vita.
Che peccato.
Mannaggia la miseria. 38, 33, 34. Bravo lo stesso a Michele. Bravo Michele.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Rome, where we have the final of the World Othello Championships 2023 between Nagano from Japan and Anchali from Thailand. We're joined in the studio by last year's finalist, runner-up in 2022 in Paris, Arthur Junier. And he is going to act as our expert and our controller on our digital screen today. We're also joined by my daughter Sophie, who wanted to come and sit behind the camera, so she's here. She played in her first World Championship this year and managed to get 3 points from 13, so I'm a very proud daddy today. Hello, Sophie.
Hi.
Luke. Do you want to make any more comments about the previous round and how these got to here?
Oh my goodness me. So, I mean, Kurita was on 13 out of 13. It has been pointed out to me after that Nagano a few years ago finished the Swiss tournament on 13 out of 13 and went on to lose, I think, to Anchali in the semi-finals.
I don't recall the details, but
well,
it's happened several times in the past where someone has won all of the Swiss rounds. And we were talking yesterday about how, in fact, we asked in the interview after the game between Kurita and Nagano, we asked the question, I think, are you holding anything back? Is there something that you've saved in case you get to the final?
Apparently there was.
And they both politely declined to answer, but it's the kind of thing that top players have to think about. If they're going to be playing the same player more than once in a tournament, possibly 3 or 4 times if the final goes to 3 games, then they need to be prepared for that.
Yeah.
And do you use your best openings against this person to make sure you get to the final? Or do you save something for the final and trust your ability to get there with other things? And it seems that Nagano had some preparation under his belt that he hadn't yet shown.
And as well, with him having been through the same situation a few in the past, he, more than anyone, probably understood how hard it was for Kurita after the semi-final. It was the best round of Othello I've ever watched, and I feel honoured to have been able to commentate on it and to share that moment with everyone watching now and then. So the game has started. They're both playing quickly, so they know
it's a mainline tiger that both of them know very, very well. Oh, no, that's a variation. I think Paul Rao used to play this a lot. Not Paul Rao, Didier Piao. I'm going to look to our experts. Do you know this variation? Do you?
I have seen this variation online a few times, particularly coming from Nagano, so I guess it makes sense that he would play it. I would assume Anchali knows it, since he played quite fast, but who knows?
We do have 2 players here who are both known for their opening preparation.
They do both get 40 minutes in this game. I get the feeling that Nagano probably won't be too affected either way, because he's capable, as we saw, of playing 40 or so moves in a minute, which was just ridiculous.
And so is Anchali.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course. But yeah, Nagano will also have the kind of momentum on his side, a lot more, having faced an unbeatable player so far in the tournament, and having won in 2, I think that will carry a lot more weight in terms of confidence levels than the other semi-final. So
than beating Amir Barassi.
Of course, it's impressive as well, but
Barassi wasn't the person who was unbeaten in the Swiss. I get.
Kurita was unbeaten.
Okay,
yeah,
so what's going on in this position? I mean, it's I'm guessing they're both still in book. When there's one side of the board that's all white and one side that's all black, we call it a 2-wall game, and often each player is having to think about when and how to play through. Often that can be easier at the edges than if you're forced to play through in the middle of the wall, and that's what's happened here. So, Arta, feel free to comment at any point on technical things that are going on. What's going on that top edge?
So here I think Nagano is clearly still in book, so I think here it's probably an example of a position where both players have a bunch of reasonable options, but since they are in book, they're still not trying to figure out which move to play, but rather they're thinking about what's going to happen later. But here, for example, I would say that if you look at the left-hand side of the board, I would say it might be quite hard to play for white at some points. Because here, for example, white can have a nice tempo in a3, but if white plays this a3 move, then he gains a lot of influence and it will become much harder to play at the bottom of the board, because he might turn discs in diagonal. So it's an example of subtlety that Ancelotti needs to be very careful about. And same thing on the right-hand side, right? But it seems like now white has to make the decision of how to open first, I would say.
Right.
Just a couple of things to note. Firstly, Ancelotti had the choice of colour in this final, so he chose white, as most players seem to. So that means he'll get 2 games as white, and Nagano will get 2 games as black if they play all 3. Another thing is that obviously Kurita, following his semi-final loss, was upset. Some of you might have seen that in the interview. I've spoken with him since, and he's in good spirits now. But it's good to see how much it means to players.
It can be emotionally draining.
Yeah, it was last year when Kento won, even. So it means a lot to the players.
Mm. The other thing about the A3 move, white A3, that you were mentioning, is that it means that black can play, if he chooses to, D1 without flipping diagonally the C2 disc. And then white would have to make a decision about whether to take the edge or not. And black could do that at his leisure. So that would be another reason that A3, whilst it looks like a reasonable move on the face of it, carries quite a lot of negative points. It poisons moves down to the bottom of the board, as Arta said, and it also unpoisons the C2 disc. Yeah.
But I think this is also maybe the point of Nagano's preparation, because it looks like even if white tries to avoid playing a3 now for exactly the reasons you mentioned, he might be forced to, because he has maybe 1 or 2 moves on the right, but black as well. So at some point he will have to take that decision, and this might be the whole point of the preparation, to put Ancelotti in front of an important decision, which could lead to 2 completely different kind of games.
Right.
One of which is good and one of which is bad. So we'll see how it develops.
And it's not necessarily obvious, if you don't know the position, which is the good one and which is the bad one.
And we spoke to Ancelotti after the semi-final, and he said he didn't really prepare for this tournament. I'm sure that's not totally true. I'm sure he's done some. But he seems to have done less than other players at this level. He did say that one thing he's found really important is that he's tried to relax a lot. He's tried to make sure his mental game is in a really good place. Get lots of sleep, rest a lot, stay calm. And I mean, as we've seen from Jan de Graaf, for example, having an amazing tournament and using similar strategies, that can work wonders. If it works for Jan, it works for anyone, is what I always say.
Okay, so here I would say that white realized that he would have to take a big decision later on. So he figured that maybe he might just break the wall right now, and this way he maybe earned a new tempo in G3. So I would assume that's the main basic reason for this move. And since he thought that he would have to open the wall at some point, might as well do it right now, when he can clearly see what's going to happen.
Right, and getting some of those internal discs as well makes some of the natural black moves of after in other moves' time might be less good. So, for example, I'm just thinking if C4 flips to white, then a natural black move onto the left edge would be A6. But if C4 is also white, that would flip E2, which would mean you have to play other things before playing it. Having central discs is generally good because it gives you moves outwards from the discs that have been played and limits your opponent because they can't take those central discs easily. It doesn't give them many new moves. And so you pointed out that Arta, the D7 move gave white a quiet move to G3, and obviously this black move at C6 has taken that away again. So black is kind of saying, you're going to have to play through twice if you want that.
Yes, totally agree. Also, here white has a quite logical move to E7, which would take excess back to G3. But then, if white does E7, black now has another way of preventing white from playing G3, which is not G7, but to play F2, because it would sort of poison white G3. So here, it's probably what's going to happen, meaning both players actually will try to get access to G3 to get the tempo, and black will try to prevent him from doing so. And this will also develop the position in a quite interesting way. And I guess we will have to see what happens next.
Right, so black, so if it goes white E7 and black F2, that doesn't prevent white from playing G3, but it does mean that if he plays it, he flips F2 back again, which is not so good.
In the semi-finals, we saw Nagano playing exciting X-square moves quite quickly into games. He played in a very exciting manner. The whole way he played then seemed to be in preparation for Kurita specifically, but it will be interesting to see if we see something like that again. It does look like both players are out of book now, so they're having to think a bit harder. Nagano is still on 37 out of his 40 minutes, whereas Anelli is down to 31. So both players are still playing fairly quickly for the stage of the game that they're in. But again, it will be interesting to see if Nagano can really use the time to pressure his opponent again, or whether Anelli is able to do the same right back.
I can't imagine that either of these players will get into a lot of time trouble.
So it's time for the tradition.
This is a difficult one.
It is. It makes it all the better. Which colour would you rather be here, and why?
I think I would rather be white, but it's very, very close. I'm saying that because I have to pick one, not because I want to.
I think personally, I don't think white black is winning here. I mean, maybe he is. It's very close anyways, but I think I might prefer to be in black's shoes because I can really see white having to find a way to open, like, when he will only have annoying moves. Like, at some point, I think all of his influence, like at the top, at the bottom, it will really play against him, and he will have to take very hard decisions. And I think black might have an easier time finding moves. I don't know whether he's winning or not, but I think it might be slightly easier to play.
Right, fair enough. And obviously, having easier moves to find means, one, you use less time, and two, you use less brain power. And so then when you need to do the full-on calculating at the end of the game, you have more time and you're not quite so exhausted.
And just to point out, I think you said this was the mainline tiger. I think you meant the mainline rose, as pointed out by someone in the live chat.
Okay, fair enough.
So.
Yep, actually thinking back, it was rose. I'm just so used to saying tiger in this tournament.
So many tiger.
There have been so many tigers. We picked it up at about move 7, I think. And so I was just assuming it was a tiger.
Not even watching.
I apologise.
Do you think this will go to the third round, or do you think this will be a dominant showing from one of the two players? You don't have to say who, for the record.
I hope it will be 3 games. It's
I hope
more
so.
interesting for us.
And it does get very interesting when the same players have to play the same colours against the same opponents.
Yes. But then again, as we saw in the semi-finals, I'd take 2 exciting games over 3
fair enough.
sensible games.
So are we looking at white G2 here, G3? It just would seem a shame not to play it.
Yes, totally agree. Also, we didn't discuss black's move to G6, which looks quite unconventional, I think, to a lot of players.
To me, yeah.
But the reason behind this move is that if white here, for example, is playing C7, so it's a typical move to happen in such a situation, but now black has a very nice move to F8, a very comfortable move. And in fact, if white had played F7 instead of C7, then black could have played C8. It would be exactly the same thing, but like with a symmetry, left to right. So it's a kind of, G6 was a kind of move which looks unnatural, but then it gives black an easy answer to most of white's moves, which is very interesting.
But, yeah. So the thing that I would be worried, I think that black also has the possibility of working a way to play B2 nicely as well now. Not necessarily at this point in the game, but because the 2 row is now all white and the C3 disc is now also white, that seems to have a lot of potential for some point in the game. Or even now, if D1 is played, we were talked about C2 flipping being a bad thing. It's not so bad now, because if white takes the top edge, then black can make the sacrifice.
I think this is a very good idea. And in fact, in this kind of situations, if black plays, let's say B2, could be now, could be after maybe A5, something like that. When black plays B2, not only is it kind of a tempo, but also if white takes the corner at some point, white will have 2 squares which are totally isolated at the top. And if white is not careful, when the left-hand side will be filled, then white might actually lose parity in B1 and D1. So playing B2 for black might actually help put white in a very dangerous situation in terms of parity. So I think it's a very good idea.
I mean, even to the point that I wouldn't be that uncomfortable playing it now.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe playing a5 before wouldn't hurt, because why not? It forces white to play somewhere else. But yes, it's definitely an option right now.
I can't lie. In my fantasy Othello team, as I've said, I have Nagano, and I've been rooting for him this whole tournament. He was my pick for my team. So if he ended up winning, I wouldn't be upset. I'll put it that way. Obviously, actually, no, it doesn't make a difference in terms of that if it's 2 or 3 rounds. So, apart from other people will then get points if they have Anjali, and we can't have that. So, I mean, ideally, in that sense, a 2-round win for Nagano would be appreciated. But in terms of the viewership, in terms of Othello, and having a good tournament, a 3-round really close from both of them would be also nice. So it's kind of a win-win for me here.
And we did talk about this before, Luke, didn't we? How we needed to organise the World Championships so that you could glow in the fantasy Othello.
No, previously I thought that fantasy Othello was rigged against me, as shown last year. But it's taken a turn for the better.
I didn't get my team in on time. So can I encourage people in the future to make sure they know the deadline and get their teams in? It seems that many people did, but I didn't.
It's not so good. I'm currently in 19th. But this final will bring it back after all the bonus points. Of course, we do have the women's final going on at the moment as well. And so hopefully further points for me.
Shall we take a quick look at that board? Could we have a look at, is it table 2?
No idea. Could we have a look at the women's final game?
Okay. So, at a superficial glance, that looks very balanced.
Yeah, both players taking more time to think through each of the moves.
I think here, if I'm not mistaken, it's white's turn, and it looks like white is getting maybe a little bit out of moves as opposed to black. Also, black seems to have a more central position. So at the first glance, I really think that white will have to really play very smart next moves if she doesn't want to end up in a very bad situation.
It does. So, but F7. Oh no, taken out discs. But F7 for white means that black has to make a decision about if they want to keep that pressure, taking an edge that could be a liability later on. And before that move was played at E1, it also looked like white could play H6, tempting black with the edge or tempting to take back, because if black had taken the edge, it would have flipped diagonally and given white nice moves onto the G column. So I'm not sure I actually agree with you there, but at the same time, I will say that with much trepidation, knowing that you have never lost to me.
Yes, no, it's definitely an argument in favor of white, but personally I feel like here white is on the defensive and has to somehow survive, as opposed to black, who has quite a few nice moves. So I would be more scared to be white than black.
Fair enough.
Here, for example, after this move from white, a very simple thing that black could do, I don't know if it's the best, would be to give the edge. Okay.
Right, there you go.
So she's doing it.
Oh, right. Now she's got poisonous discs on the bottom and played through on the top.
Exactly.
And that sandwich effect. means that everything's poisoned.
Yeah, I agreed with Arthur the whole time.
Just on principle. But I wouldn't have played D1 either, though.
Yeah.
So, okay, should we go back to the other board? Because there's been a move played. And it was the one that Arthur was suggesting, the natural move down to F8.
I did suggest multiple moves, so...
Yeah.
It's because we can blame you now as the expert if you get it wrong. There's a comment in the live chat about Anjali maybe looking quite tired, fighting the jet lag here.
To be fair, they would both be suffering from travel. Neither of them has home advantage, really.
It depends when both of them arrived. Even an extra day, when you're coming from hours away in time difference, can be a big difference. He's either tired or deep in thought, and to be fair to him, he's done relatively well throughout the competition so far, so I'd expect it to be deep in thought, honestly.
So here I would say the position looks very close. However, I would expect a quite fast move from Anjali to G3, because it's essentially the nicest move that he has if you just look at it very, very fast. And then the other options, such as A3, for example, still suffer from the same problem that you mentioned before, which is that black could end up giving the top edge and then sacrificing. So I think white has no reason to force A3 now. And then other than G3, I don't really see, okay, maybe he could play H4, but still, I think it would put him in a less comfortable position in the top right corner.
Yeah, and the other thing is that after G3, the H4 move doesn't flip diagonally, so there's potential to keep playing nicely in that corner.
What about A3? Because that doesn't flip diagonally. I think it looks quite pretty, even though it's not as pretty in terms of being quiet. But
yeah, it suffers from allowing black to play out the top edge as he chooses.
Oh yes, because then if black plays D1, he doesn't flip.
C2.
Right.
But I mean, having now, as we said before, given that white has flipped C3, black can choose to do that anyway. Okay.
Who's the expert here? It's me. World's best Othello player and Arthur.
And although I said that about the H4 move, that does come with its negative impacts. It may not flip diagonally down to the bottom edge, but it also allows black to play D1 without flipping diagonally to the H4 disc as well. So these are all things that you have to weigh up as you're considering which move is best for the position.
Guy Plowman, the hindsight man.
Probably play F2, I suppose, because it poisons white move to F3, or to G3, sorry. So Anjali chose not to play G3 before, and now it's kind of too late. I mean, he can do it, but it's not, it doesn't look as great as it did before. Although it might still be a good move, but it's different. It's not as nice.
Yeah. And the reason is because by flipping F2 back, it gives black possibilities of sacrificing the top right-hand corner that he didn't have otherwise.
So what about now? Now we're back to white. Nagano still, he responded quite quickly to that. Is that just because he had all the time to think, or?
I would say he chose this move for the reason we said about poisoning G3, but also by elimination, because I don't think other moves were as tempting, especially since if he had played anything else, white could have played G3, a very nice G3. So I think by elimination it was the logical move.
And he'd probably been, the reason he could play quite quickly is because he's probably been thinking about those two moves, black F2 or white G3, for a while. They've both been there for a while, and they've been playing other moves, and they're thinking about what's the right timing to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you speak Italian or Japanese, we do have the Japanese and Italian streams as well. If you go and watch those, make sure you have this open in the background. The more views that each of these gets, the more it will be recommended to people, the more Othello will grow, and that will be your fault if you don't do that when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, the Japanese stream is on the Japanese Othello Association website.
There's one on the
YouTube site.
One on the World Othello one as well.
Is it on the World Othello as well?
Yes.
Okay. So I've changed my mind about who I'd rather be now. So I've caught up with Arthur.
They're both looking, in terms of who I'd rather be, they're both looking very stylish in different ways.
You mean clothes-wise, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're talking about the position, right.
Yeah.
But Nagano looking quite smart there.
He is.
Kind of smart, casually dressed. Whereas Anjali has gone for a cool T-shirt necklace look. Both classics.
So here I would say it's going to be a very important moment for this game, because White has quite a few options which will lead to completely different endgames, I believe. For example, if White takes the edge with a6, Black will probably either play a nice move in d8 and then White has to open on the right, or Black can also give the top edge and then at some point do a sacrifice in b2 or a2. So that would be one option. Another option would be for White to play, for example, f7, and now Black has the burden of actually opening somewhere. And it would lead to a completely different endgame, because it's likely that Black would play maybe a2. So now the left hand edge would be Black, or Black could do something a little crazier like b7. But in any case, it would be completely different. So I think it's a very important but difficult decision for Anjali, because if he misses, he might actually get himself in a very tough position. But if he gets it right, then it's going to be Nagano's turn.
Yeah, under a lot of pressure as well. Yeah. Sophie, do you like the jacket or the T-shirt? Which do you prefer?
The jacket, probably.
The jacket, probably.
Looks smarter.
Okay. Looks smarter. It does indeed look smarter.
That's a round to Nagano already.
Yeah, that's 1-0 to Nagano.
Yeah. But then, part of the advantage you get is, like, clothes that you're comfortable in will make you play better.
I never understood that with snooker. Like where they're having to take physical positions and get into, and they have to wear tuxedos. It just makes no sense. Oh, yeah. We've got to move.
I don't know. Going back to the more important topic here, I think there's kind of two ends to it. There's one where you're most comfortable, you'll perform better. On the other end, if you go to kind of extremely smartly dressed, you look awesome as well.
And therefore you feel awesome.
Confident because you're dressed better than anyone else. So it's a whole big debate.
Quid pro quo.
Yes.
And we have a move to f7, which is one of the moves that Arthur was talking about. It does allow a2 without flipping diagonally. Where would you choose to play now, Arthur?
I would be in a great dilemma. Because on one hand, you have a2, which doesn't flip diagonally. But then probably White played some things like g3, and now it's your turn again, and you have to find something new. And now all of a sudden, there isn't any great option. But another thing you could do would be b7, which would be very nice for us spectators, because it would be very, very interesting. If Black plays b7, first of all, it's not so easy for White to cut the diagonal, because if White plays a6, I mean, obviously it cuts the diagonal, But then black's x square becomes quite a good x square because white won't be able to do much with this corner.
Right, so normally if you played an x square like b7, you'd do it against one space so that you could take a wedge. In this case, there's two spaces, but if white plays a6, then he's making it one space again.
Yes, exactly. And then if white wants to cut the diagonal in another way, he has to open on the right and give new moves to black.
And a lot of new moves because he, as we said before, has the poisonous discs at the top and at the bottom.
Yes. But obviously it's an extremely risky choice because it could easily backfire. If white finds a way to open on the right without paying too big of a price for it, then black just lost a corner for no good reason.
Yeah.
And I guess another option would be to play d1, try to give white the top edge, and then do something like a2, aiming to sacrifice b2 at some point later.
Yeah. That was the other thing that I was looking at. And I was more, the reason I was hesitating was because before I said it, I was thinking if I was white, would I take that top edge? I think I would rather go to g3 than take it. But I don't know for sure.
In fact, I would say if I had to play here, we discussed three options, but I think I would say that a2 is strictly less good than d1 because if you play d1 and white takes the edge, then you can do a2.
Yeah.
But this time the top is easier to play for you because you can just do a sacrifice in b2 later. But if you play a2 first, then white plays, for example, g3. And now, if you want to play d1, you also flip c2, which is less clean, let's say. But it's very complicated either way, so I think at this level, they're not going to make this choice based on so few arguments.
What are the clocks doing? 23 minutes there for Nagano? And 21?
21, yeah.
Eventually.
So, not much in that.
Both got plenty of time still. I mean, if you think that they would start with 30 minutes in every round so far, this is still plenty of time.
Cool. To all of the 100 people watching, I've said it a few times, but make sure you subscribe, make sure you press that like button. I can see when people are doing it, so it's good for the stream, it's good for Othello. Make sure you do that. Everyone's deep in thought.
On live Othello, I think the consensus is that they feel black is slightly ahead.
Yeah, and of course, just for example, because according to a computer, if the position is ever close, it doesn't mean it actually is. Like, they're humans playing. You can get close positions where one player has only one move that works, and the rest of the moves are quite complicated. And you can get close positions where a player has lots and lots of obvious moves, which of course gives a human an advantage. Yeah, who do you think has the simpler position?
So in this particular move, black really has a tough choice to make. But obviously, once he does it, it will be white's turn, and it's not that much easier for white. So here I think it's probably a matter of visualizing moves quite deep and making a decision based off of that.
And we've talked about the difference between tactics and strategy in other games. This is a more strategic game than it is tactics. It's not necessarily just playing one move at a time and making sure that you keep quiet and keep central. This is the type of game where you need not necessarily to read to the end of the game, but you need to look towards the end of the game about what's actually going to happen.
Yeah.
And play moves that fit in with something that you think can win.
Yeah. Well, according to the poll in the live chat, 48% of people would rather be black at the moment. 21% of people would rather be white. 30% of people are excited that it's finals and aren't sure or just are more excited that it's finals. Anjali is getting some support in the chat, so that's always good to see. Good to see support. How does the final work? It is best of 3. Normally, in the Swiss section of the tournament, there's a tie break if players are on the same number of points. But if they both finish on 1.5 or the same number of points, then Anjali went into this game and picked the colour white to play with, which means that he'll get 2 rounds as white and 1 as black if they play all 3. But if they finish on the same amount of points, then Nagano will take the victory. So that's how the final works.
And we have had a move. So black has played into the D1 space. And now white has to make a big decision.
So here, if white takes the edge, I think it's a very interesting situation. Maybe it would be easier to show on the digital board.
Can we have the digital board alongside the live view, please? Can we have the digital board alongside the live view, please?
I'm afraid. Oh, never mind. It worked.
Okay. So here, if white takes G1, now the sort of logical move that most people would do as black is to take this edge here, which I'm struggling to take. But then if white plays this kind of nice move, now black has to do something, and it really doesn't look nice.
No, and he wants to do the B2 sacrifice, but can't.
But there is no way, because there is a swindle. It doesn't work, right? Now black has just lost everything, the corner, and it's not looking good. But here's a neat trick that black can do. If black starts by playing B7, and white does the same thing, white does his nice move in G3. Now black can play A2, just as before. And sure, white just got a new nice move in A8. But now, after black plays A8, black can finally sacrifice in B2. And all of a sudden, everything looks much
So, what you're saying is it's a meta-sacrifice. It's a sacrifice where you're sacrificing for a sacrifice. And
Yes.
You're sacrificing a corner in order to be able to get another sacrifice elsewhere.
Yeah.
But what I find beautiful about this sacrifice is that you really give a sort of flying corner. Like you cannot wedge into anything in the bottom right. But giving the corner allows you to play B2 without getting swindled. And I would say it's not the easiest thing to see at first, but when you see it, now it's clear that white is in a much tougher situation because he has to open on the right, and black will be very comfortable playing on the right, after white, of course.
There's a comment in the chat saying that the computer tells us what position wins, and that's not quite as simple as it's not quite that simple. We've touched on it briefly, but computers sometimes see lines and ideas that are very difficult for humans to see, for example. So just because a computer says one move is good, it might say that move is good, because somewhere way into the future of the game, it flips a disc that is needed, that a human just wouldn't see.
It seems like Nagano didn't like my suggestion.
Right. So can we go back to the player view, please?
Yeah. And it's also important to note that don't share any computer analysis in the chat, please. If that happens, then you'll be timed out, and I don't want to do that.
Feel free to use it personally, but don't take away other people's enjoyment of trying to analyse the position for themselves. And, I mean, when we talk about computer analysis, obviously, you can get a computer analysis, but in computer tournaments, they beat each other. So...
yeah, it's a useful tool, but it's not this.
And they're way better than humans. You can learn a lot from computer analysis.
But as we saw in the semi-final, the Japanese semi-final, there's a lot of other stuff that goes into winning a game of Othello.
Yeah, absolutely. And the number of positions that a computer can look through compared to the number of positions that a human can look through is phenomenal. So this is the line that you were showing on the digital board just a second ago to demonstrate a difficulty that Black would have at this point. And Black has reached this point and now has to decide what to do without being able to play the B2 sacrifice that we were thinking could be a good option.
Yes, exactly. And honestly, I think I would stand by my point, because now Black has to do something quite loud, and that something could be H2, but then it opens a white sacrifice to G7 with the diagonal control, and it's not at all clear how Black survives this, because now Black has to open once again, and Black doesn't have that many moves left, so it's dangerous. Maybe another option would be for Black to play G8.
Yep, just looking at that.
By playing G8, Black would sort of enable the sacrifice in B2, because there wouldn't be the swindle anymore.
Yeah, because the B3 disc will flip Black. But it's a bit of an ugly edge at the bottom.
There's a comment saying G8 looks fun. That wasn't what we were just talking about.
That's what we were just talking about. Yeah.
You know I don't listen to anyone else.
So White doesn't have immediate access to E8, but can almost, can definitely guarantee getting there if he chooses to, that's the right thing to do.
Yes.
And when he does get there, or even if Black chooses to play on the bottom edge again, that's a lot of mess for Black on the bottom.
Yep.
But it does flip B3, so it enables Black to play B2 as well, possibly getting 3 of the 4 moves after A2, B2, and B1 after White taking A1, possibly getting 3 of the 4 moves in that corner.
Also, obviously, just like G8, a very similar move would be H3.
Yeah.
For exactly the same reason.
It flips B3.
I would say at first, it doesn't look as good. Personally, I didn't consider it at first because White can just play G2 later, and it gives a nice move to G2 to White, which later might help White play parity. So at first sight, it didn't look that enticing, but now that I think about it, White still has to move, so White has to do something, and it's not going to be obvious. So actually, I think H3 also looks pretty good.
Yeah, the one downside of flipping B3 is that it also allows White to play there. Now, White doesn't want to play there immediately because you'll be giving away a corner and then your own edge. But if he can play out the top right-hand corner first and do that in parity, he gets to play B2 himself and create an even region at the top. So H3 does suffer from the fact that it kind of allows Black to play out the top right-hand corner and then White to play out the top right-hand corner and to make the sacrifice, because if it goes, for the sake of argument, H3, G2, H1, then So black h3, white g2, black h1, white doesn't have access. No, white can leave access to h2 and play b2 immediately.
Yes, that's also a good point. However, I think black would just play b2 before taking h1 in this scenario. But it's definitely a good thing to keep in mind.
Right. Yep, yep.
And in fact, white could use this as a way of forcing black to play b2 if he wants at some point.
But both players are an example of deep concentration. Neither of them seems to be distracted by anything going on around them. We do try and keep the room as quiet as possible for the final. So through most of the tournament, all of the boards are in the same room. And although the room is generally quiet, there is a rather, I think, is a pleasant sound of lots of discs flipping and clicking on the board, and clocks being tapped. But obviously, for the final, there's this board and there's possibly the other final boards, but everything's much quieter. And we try to give them the space to concentrate as much as possible. And last year, you actually had a separate room, didn't you, for the final?
Yes, absolutely. It was the first time in my career that I saw this kind of setup for a tournament.
Mm.
Maybe we should watch the other game.
Yeah. Could we have a look at the third, fourth playoff, the Barassi game?
It's always the Barassi game. Never.
It's always the Barassi game. There we go. So Barassi is black and has a dodgy edge. And he's got lots of pieces on the outside of the white discs as well, so a superficial glance without actually being able to see the position properly, because I haven't got live Othello on this game. It's looking quite good for white from this perspective.
Kurita has possibly come back with a vengeance and is taking out his semi-final loss on the poor Barassi.
Is this a one-game third, fourth playoff? Right, okay. So the winner of this will come third.
I agree with your analysis, but since it was also white's turn, we need to keep into account to remember that white has to turn one of the outside discs that black has, and it's exactly what happened. So while it is true that black is in a very dangerous position, white also must help him by removing one of the poisonous discs. But still, black still has to be very careful, because he has very few moves that do not turn discs in many directions.
Mm.
Well,
and I didn't count the discs, so I didn't know whose move it was either. So,
yeah. Speaking from experience, if I ever beat you in a game of Othello, which happens like occasionally, I'm not too bad. The next game, I get wiped out 60% of the time, and then heavily beaten the rest in the following game, and that's following a semi-final loss for the otherwise unbeaten Kurita. That might be what happens.
I'm a cruel father, and I wipe you out as long as I can. I don't think I could do it anymore.
I don't know. I'm pretty bad.
But according to your theory, it would be Michele who should destroy Kurita, because Michele lost during the 13 rounds.
Yes. No, because.
But yes, but no.
That Kurita was on 13 out of 13 and then lost, and will now. I don't know. I don't know if there's one of them that like it means a lot to. I think it will be Kurita now.
I'm not sure. I think winning meant everything to him. Coming third doesn't mean as much to him.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm sure he would want to win, but getting yourself in that psychological space is harder.
Yes, and
we've actually had a move on the main board. So if we could go back to the main board.
Kurita does also is part of the Japanese winning the team championships. So still comes away from this tournament with a first place medal.
Yes. The team championship has gone to Japan. So the G8 move that we were looking at before has been played. And it has the advantages that we were talking about, that it allows the B2 sacrifice for black. White doesn't have immediate access to E8, but will probably get it at some point, which means that black will probably choose to play another move on the bottom edge before that happens, but there isn't really any nice moves on the bottom edge. But then white's moves are not particularly nice either on the right-hand side. So lots going on, and I'd say probably both players feeling very uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah, and Nagano is down to 11 minutes now, unless I'm misreading that. Whereas Anjali is actually at 15 minutes, so has the time advantage, which is interesting.
He does have the time advantage. However, I would tend to believe that black will have a few easier moves now. Simply because black has very few options. If you think about it, if it was black's turn right now, essentially the only move that he could play without exploding would be B2. Now, luckily for him, it's white's turn, and white is going to give him some new moves. But still, he's probably going to keep B2 for as late as possible, because white is not going to play B2. It would give too many discs to black. So probably white opens something on the right-hand side. Black tries to answer in that same location and keeps the B2 move for later. And it's in this scenario, it is white who has to take all of the big decisions, essentially. So I would say, although Nagano has less time here, he might not actually be in such a big disadvantage in terms of the clock.
Right, because it will go white, and then there'll be a black move, and white, and there'll be a black move, and suddenly if there's not a black move, he plays B2. And there are also plays on the right-hand edge, that if white plays, make the B2 sacrifice even nicer, because, well, for example, just the obvious one, if white does play H3 and black plays the sacrifice at B2, then there's a 3 space which can be saved for parity. But that's not the only one that would allow a sacrifice at B2 to give black parity.
So here, I once again agree with this comment. And for this reason, H3 doesn't look the most appealing, because, as you said, H3, H4, H5, H6, H7, and then black has a nice sacrifice in G2, and white can't even play here, so white sort of lost parity. But the problem is that if white wants to avoid losing parity this way, he would have to play H4 or H6 to leave an even region. But then the risk is that if black ever manages to wedge in B1 and to get to H1 from the top edge, it would be a kind of pattern on the upper right part of the board where black is going to get a lot of discs, like a huge amount of discs.
Not only that, but if it's white H4, for example, it leaves an even region at the top. But if black does get to H1 along the top, then it's an odd region again. So, and there's different ways of playing that out as well. You can often play to H2 first and get more discs. H2 followed by, in this case it would be black gets the wedge in the top left, and if white has already played h4, then black can play h2, and no matter which move of g2 and h3 that white takes, black gets both the other moves.
Yes. Also, just for the sake of completeness, I just gave one reason why h4 or h6 might look bad, but it's not at all clear that black would manage to force white to give him the top edge. So because of parity, white might very well manage to play parity until the end, and black would never get to h1, and this would never be an issue. But white needs to be very confident in what he does now. And also, black could choose to never play b2, which would leave a region of 3 squares
that white doesn't want to play into. Yeah. It's not that he can't play there, he just doesn't want to.
And then white doesn't want to play there, and it's not very clear what happens.
And this is why that's why I made the comment about them both feeling uncomfortable. It's like there's lots of moves that they don't want to make, rather than lots of moves that they're considering that are good. They're choosing between bad options, both of them.
And they are both, very leant forwards, very thoughtful. Neither of them looks particularly in control or comfortable with the game so far. And that's always some of the best Othello gameplay to watch, is where it's both players trying to subtly outmaneuver the other, and who can do it first and who can do it best. With the e8 square, white can't play there at the moment. Is that something white will try and prioritise?
I didn't hear that, but I am looking at the chat in live Othello, and we've got Ben Seeley there, the multiple world champion, and he's suggesting that h5, I think he says, doesn't seal the top right.
So it is definitely a possibility. However, if after h5 black can play h6, and now white has two options. If white plays h4, we're kind of back in the same situation as if white had played h4 right now. So the same issues might occur, or maybe it's going to be okay, but it's Anshul's job to figure it out. And the other option would be h5, h6, h7, but then black can force h4, h3, and we're also back in the scenario that we mentioned first. So it's not at all obvious that h5 is better than the other ones. It might be, but just from the argument we talked about, it's not clear.
But it takes a brave man to argue with Ben.
Yeah, definitely.
Just because he's so nice.
Yeah, just because he's nice. He's a nice person.
Yeah.
I can't argue with him. There's some further chat in the live Othello, which is in the interview, which obviously we're not going to have until after the final is decided. Could we ask Anjali the question about why he chose G8 over H3? Nagano, sorry, yeah. So H4 has been played.
So here, going back to what we were saying, can we have the digital board, please? Because black, for example, has a way, thank you, to force getting to h1, I think, by playing this, for example. Then let's say white does the sort of logical move. Then black could try to fill the bottom part of the board.
Right.
So let's just show this in a random way, for example. I'm doing quite sensible moves, maybe not the best ones, but it's just an example. if everything is being filled like that, now you see, because the top is an odd region, white has to play first. And by playing first, it allows black to reach h1. And then, just as you mentioned, now white has to pass, and black gets a lot of discs in this part of the board. And as you can see, the result will be very, very close, right? I'm not counting this, but
right.
I think it's going to be very close.
And it's not worth counting because there's subtleties in the bottom playing out that you haven't considered.
Now, obviously, if Nagano wanted to do this, to use this plan, he would have to make sure that, first of all, white doesn't have any other options. For example, this move, I don't know, it's not at all clear what happens then. So he would have to think about that. He would also have to decide whether what we just played would give him enough discs or not, which is not obvious because, as we said, the result is very close. And finally, he has to make sure that there is no swindle or subtlety at the bottom, which would force him to play b2, in which case the plan doesn't work anymore, because then the top would be an even region and white would never be forced to play there first.
Right. Good explanation, I like that. That's thinking to the end of the game without calculating.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely, they have to do this at this point.
Yeah. And it's one of the things that improves your game massively. When you learn to think strategically to the end of the game without being able to calculate and without being able to count. And some players are really, really, really good at it, and it's annoying.
I guess another option that black could think about would be to try and get the right-hand side, which would now force whites to give some corners. And the hope for black would be that by giving the corners, black would also get a lot of stable discs on the edges, and maybe this way he could secure a win without too much stress. But once again, it's not clear at all, because here, for example, white could play a7, and once again, you have to think very in depth about whether there is like a huge trick coming, like a swindle, maybe just parity. It's not
diagonal control.
And here, keep in mind, we played a few moves on the board, on the digital board, but they don't see this, so they have to be very careful in their head about the swindles, the diagonal controls, and all that, which is very hard.
Yeah. Did we have a move on the board then or not? Okay, no. Could we go back to the player screen, please? Because often the expression on people's faces tells us what's going on a board.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, so someone in the chat is talking about endgames. Endgames are very difficult for most players. And what is strange, that some endgames are easy, but others are almost impossible to see. Which is, well, I think is true. I think often the endgame can come down to parity, and just playing out the odd regions. And in that case, that's often seems to be something that's easier if you're white and have parity, for example. Also, I guess a colour can have won the game by then, essentially. The other player can be dead. So yeah, there's lots that go into it. The closest games are always the most exciting to watch in the end game, because any mistake can lose the game or win the game. Well,
As we saw, like yesterday with Makoto and today with Michele.
Yes, yeah.
Like there were late mistakes. I mean, it's like even the world's best players at that point in the game can still make mistakes.
The winner of the game is the one that makes the second to last game losing mistake.
Yes.
That's how two-player strategy games tend to work.
Almost a tautological comment.
Not really.
But let's say yes.
Okay. Well, in fact, no, because you can make a game-losing mistake.
This is a ploughman dinner time table type chat.
Well, yeah, you can make a game-losing mistake and not lose the game. Therefore, it's not tautological.
I'll concede for the sake of not boring others.
That sounds like a resignation to me. What happens if they tie a game? So we've covered this briefly, but basically there's 3 games, it's best of 3. Angeli came into this game and chose the colour, which means he plays white in this game, and then if there's a third game, he'll play white in that game as well, so he'll have 2 as white and 1 as black, and vice versa for Nagano. If they finish on a tied score, so they win 1 each and draw the third, or they draw all 3, for example, then because Angeli came into this game choosing the colour, Nagano will win if they draw overall. Which is interesting as well, because it means that they're not worried about the number of discs that they have, because there's no tie break relating to the number of discs at the end of the game. So they need to double check and triple check, obviously, that they win, but
right.
They don't need to.
A win is a win and a loss is a loss.
In the Swiss section of the tournament, with the tie break system, every disc that you get counts, whereas now it's just winning or losing.
So Arta, you gave us 2 different plans from this very position. If you were there, which one would you go for?
So, the first plan we talked about, which was honestly the most promising, was the one starting with G7. And recall the idea was that black plays G7, white takes the corner, and then they somehow feel like the whole bottom region, and then white has to play A1.
Which is the plan that has just been played.
Yeah. And then black reaches H1 from the top edge and gets a lot of discs in the 3 last squares. However, now at this stage, if Nagano is going to commit to this plan, he has to make sure that nothing can go wrong in the bottom. And I think it's not so clear, because we'll see what white does. But for example, if white starts with E8 instead of H8, I think it could be slightly more complicated already.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the issue being that there's probably a dozen of different ways to play this region. So he really has to be very focused and to not miss any of them.
And probably 3 or 4 ways in which it could go wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so yeah, exactly. Here, white played a move which I think at least makes everything more complicated.
So what about B2 now?
So
because the one thing about the E8 move is that it does flip G6, which means so long as black gets a piece on the diagonal from C2 down to G6, he can get access to H7, which might otherwise have been denied. Well, I mean...
So B2 is very interesting. So first of all, it completely destroys the initial plan, because now there is no odd region at the top, so white will never be forced to play there.
But he does have to find a move immediately.
Yeah, so after b2 I would think white plays h8 and then h7, because why not? And then white's goal is simply to play parity and to force black into playing first at the top. So in order to do this, let's say b2, then white plays h8, then h7, because it is forced, so it helps fill some more squares. And then probably white would try to play something like a6 to play parity at the bottom.
Just play out the bottom region.
But if you look very closely, there is a swindle, which might be a few moves ahead, so... But if you can visualize a few moves ahead, then after b2, h8, h7, if white plays a6, black obviously just takes the edge, a7, and then in order to play parity, white has to play b7. And then the whole B column is white, which means that black can now play b8 first, and white will not be able to get parity at the bottom. I know it's quite a few moves.
No. Can you show that on the board? Can we have the digital board, please? I'm struggling to see how the whole B column gets white.
So what happened? Black, white. So you said, what if black plays b2?
Yeah.
I claim...
Black has played b2, by the way.
Oh.
So we might as well watch it on the board.
So white now just wants to play parity, so why not take the corner? This way it's done, it's not going to disappear. Now what I'm saying... Oh, thank you. Is that now, or maybe, now that I'm saying it, I'm thinking maybe white can get away without any swindle. Yeah, I might have been wrong. So now here, what white is trying to do, what we said is, white wants to play parity at the bottom, because if we just fill the bottom in a very simple way, for example, let's show it here. Now we just played some very basic moves, but now because of parity, black has to play first in the top region, and it's going to be probably quite
severe.
A good ending for white.
Yeah.
I would say so. So the only way in which black can win is if he finds a way to gain parity at the bottom. And where I think I was mistaken is that I thought here black would have a move in the bottom which would essentially gain parity, but looking at it closer, it seems like it's not the case.
Okay.
So I was wrong with this one.
Okay, and I'm pleased that I couldn't see it because it wasn't there. But we're now in the situation. So if we go back to the player view, we're now in the situation where it appears that that plan is being played out.
And so far, black hasn't found any magical swindle. So let's see if he has something in mind. It seems like he's going to count on the diagonal between A8 and H1 to get a lot of discs, because he's going to control this diagonal. At least he can control it for now.
So we think that B2 was probably wrong then for that reason?
Well, at least the plan I talked about with the swindle was wrong, but maybe there is another plan. And I'm thinking this plan might be to play G2 as black and to control the diagonal.
Right, after...
Yes.
After D8.
Yes, there is just a slight subtlety because you need to make sure that when you play at the bottom, you don't destroy the diagonal control. But I think, for example, if white plays D8, then black can just play G2.
And that looks close.
Yes, and then I don't see how white can cut the diagonal.
Right, okay.
Yes, I hope there is no mistake this time. Obviously, white could also play H8, which makes things slightly more complicated because now black has a choice to make. But black could play D8, and then the diagonal, the control is still here, I believe.
But what I meant was, if B2 hadn't been played, then it's possible that the other the original plan of playing out the whole of the bottom section and forcing white to play to B2 would have
Totally, but once again, we just showed like a sketch.
Yeah.
We didn't check if everything
Works.
works out properly. So if Nagano had this plan already in mind, then I think
And
it
it
was
works.
a smart idea.
Yeah.
It was a smart idea.
He was one step ahead of us. Yeah, sure.
And it again goes to show why, humans don't always see everything. They can't look infinitely into the game. In the way
Did you do that to annoy me?
Going back to...
No, forget that.
So here it seems like White is trying to still keep parity where he can. So for example, here, if Black takes the corner, A1, then White can play H3 and at least get parity on the top right corner.
But the problem is that the bottom right corner it's going to be a horrible move either way.
Yes, absolutely.
They are both quite low on time. There's not obviously many moves left, but there's also...
Yeah, no, good time use by both players.
Yeah.
But also, I think at this point, they both knew the outcome.
Yeah.
Good game.
Cool. Yeah, so a 36-28 for Nagano. That's 1 to him. Obviously, that puts him at quite a big advantage now because he didn't choose to play black there. So Anjali needs to win the second game because if they draw the second game, then there's no way that Nagano can't win, is there? Am I just talking nonsense?
No, if your tournament rules are correct, which I believe you've checked, then you're right. But
so does that mean the third game, if they draw the
draws are fairly rare.
Yes, they are.
They do happen, but
if you draw the second game, do you play the third game if it's already won at that point?
No.
No. So it's just 2. No, unless
it's the first one to 2.
Right. Yes. So no, because then he'll be on 1.5.
Yeah. But you know what I mean. It's
I
like
do. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying if it's a draw, then Nagano can't lose. So would they play the third game?
If they draw the second game, they're on 1.5 points to half a point. If Anjali wins the third game, they're on 1.5 all, so Nagano wins. So if they draw the second game, then Nagano's won. Do they play the third game?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
No, but if there is 1.5 to 1.5, then the one with the most discs wins.
No, because Anjali chose the colour in this game. So
I was pretty sure that this rule was only relevant when there is a 1-game final.
That was what I believed as well.
Oh. I don't know then. Well, yeah. So Anjali chose the colour definitely. Yeah. So Anjali chose the colour. I'm not sure what happens if it's a draw. I believe if they draw, then that's how it works. I don't think discs matter, but we'll see if it comes to it.
We'll check that for you before we come back and commentate on the second game of the final. Have we got another live board that we can have a look at? Or have all the games finished? Okay, so that's finished. So who was black?
Well, firstly, which table is this? Because there's also the female final. This is the females' final game, and Hisako Kinoshita won.
Okay.
So because that was a one-game final, she is the female champion for 2023. So
beating last year's female champion.
Yes, last year's dominant female champion, who also came, was it fourth overall in the tournament, but got to the semi-finals. So massive congratulations again to Japan.
And so this would have been the third, fourth playoff?
Let me see.
Yep, okay, so this was the third, fourth playoff, and who was what colour?
So Karita, believe it or not, was white.
Okay.
So clearly taking some emotions with Othello out on Barassi there. And I'm sure if anyone can take a loss like that, well, it's going to be Barassi. He's very fun. The third to fourth playoff for the women was also played. Here we have it. That was won by Veronica Stenberg. So
over
congratulations to her.
Chigliuki.
Yes, foreign names, but congratulations. I don't want to mess up anyone's names.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the second game of the final shortly.
riesce a fare quella definitiva, diciamo.
Sì,
Riesce
è
a
mancata anche qua, vedi il guizzo della tigre, lei ha fatto un'altra mossa d'attesa.
Gli manca quello, no?
Partita, se prima poteva avere, prima stava leggermente negativa, adesso mi sembra che la situazione sia, nel senso che ce l'ha in mano la Veronica, perché adesso anche col fatto che ha chiuso in D2, prendendo l'angolo più grossi vantaggi nel prendere H1.
Ma secondo te c'era qualcosa per essere giocato 1?
Qualcosa c'era, nel senso che era un po' più aggressiva, però dirti che risolvevano forse prima del 1.
Sì, il nero sta puntando sulla per parità.
Secondo me
no?
vincevano entrambe.
Sì, forse
Questa è quella che secondo me vinceva ovviamente.
Sì, ma di pedine ne ha tante, ragazzi, ne ha tante. Nagano mi sa, ragazzi, si porta a casa la prima partita.
Però adesso H7
H7 risponde in H2, no, H7.
H7, sì, ha le pedine, però...
Le pedine, dai, le pedine ce le ha per vincere.
Perché le altre sono chiaramente peggiori.
Sì. E adesso, ecco così. Addirittura questa.
The big mistake.
Secondo me per qualche pedina, perché adesso sei costretto a lasciargli la riga 7, quindi...
Un po' stanco forse?
Forse sì.
Un po' stanco.
Sembra che Nagano ha vinto la prima partita di
36-28, adesso c'è la seconda partita, giocherà da bianco Nagano.
Saremo molto curiosi di vedere che tipo di apertura faranno. Ascolta Michele, ci vuoi dedicare un minuto per raccontare un po' la tua finale, insomma, l'apertura, come siete usciti? Noi purtroppo abbiamo fisso lo schermo su di loro, ti seguiamo un po' sul live Othello, ma non riusciamo ad avere la stessa sensazione tua che la stai vivendo dal vivo.
È stato tutto un po' in rincorsa, ho perso 2 pedine alla volta, non ho mai fatto un errore grave, mi sono trovato però nel finale con 15-20 pedine di svantaggio.
Che apertura avete giocato?
La Tama Plaza.
Sì, ok, lo scorpione,
sì,
insomma,
sì.
diciamo il nuovo scorpione come lo chiama Roberto.
Mi ha fatto una variante a un certo punto, non so se una più 0, comunque una
Sì,
più
ho visto
2.
che ti ha portato fuori dalla linea quella
Sì.
tradizionale. Ma se tu avessi avuto più tempo, avresti sicuramente giocato qualcos'altro, avresti preparato una sorpresina o non è che cambiava molto?
O te l'aspettavi che lui giocava quello scorpione? Perché mi sembra che nelle partite importanti di ieri, abbiamo fatto una veloce analisi con Ruben a casa che mi ha aiutato a studiare un po' i giochi della finale, lui ha fatto finta di variare molto, ma quando aveva gli scontri diretti giocava sempre questo scorpione, faceva sempre questa apertura qui, quindi era quella che effettivamente lo faceva sentire un po' più confidente, no? Tu l'occhialina ci hai dato su questo scorpione oppure
no?
Non c'ha avuto tempo, Michele è stanchissimo.
Ho pensato che semplicemente l'unico modo per vincere era giocare bene, sapevo che avrei probabilmente perso tante pedine nel finale perché sono stanchissimo.
Quindi hai sentito quello, la stanchezza nel finale hai sentito?
Sì, no, ho detto cerchiamo di tenere più energie possibile.
Vabbè dai Michele, alla fine io la vedo come bicchiere mezzo pieno, è l'ennesima entrata tua in semifinale, per 2 anni di seguito, terzo e quarto posto. Magari, ho anche detto prima in telecronaca, magari per Michele, adesso che sono 2 volte che arriva nei 4, ma non in finale, gli viene un po' di pizzico d'orgoglio e si mette come vecchi tempi.
Ci abbiamo sperato tanto, però ricordiamo che Miele ha fatto 10 punti su 13 in giro.
Clamoroso, no, è stato pazzesco.
È stato vicinissimo con Anciulì, cioè ha fatto una prima e una seconda partita stratosferica, solo il poco tempo a disposizione gli ha permesso di chiudere una partita che secondo me sarebbe stata epica.
Chissà adesso che cosa sarebbe successo, no? Chissà se fosse andata come doveva.
Credo
la finale,
che dobbiamo fare un grandissimo applauso a Michele.
Lo facciamo.
Tutta la federazione, bravo.
Ah sì, in realtà sono molto contento del quarto posto, sono venuto qua dicendo voglio rilassarmi, stamattina ho detto Naccia dovevo essere per forza nelle semi, volevo passarmi una giornata.
Vedi, lo stesso discorso di Chiara.
Stesso approccio.
L'approccio nostro. Però adesso un po' di rivalsa.
Magari un giorno, magari un anno decido, adesso poi cartiere a Zurigo possiamo magari
un po' di più, assolutamente, no? La possibilità di avere un maestro, un campione vicino con cui esercitarsi.
Posso fare una domanda a Michele? Da parte di tutti gli hotellisti italiani. Michele, quando ti rivedremo sulle scacchiere in un torneo italiano? Abbiamo qua di fronte a noi gente che è poco di meno che il presidente dell'FNGO. Ci fai una promessa?
Sei ufficialmente invitato.
Stiamo pensando di organizzare un torneo sempre tra top player, invitando magari qualche giapponese, in quel caso tu non puoi mancare.
Dove? Qua a Roma, Milano?
Vediamo.
Dove
Firenze pensavamo.
Potrebbe anche essere, c'è una ottima comunità toscana che sta crescendo.
Li salutiamo.
Salutiamo tutti i toscani da Pisa e Lucca, che so che c'è
una rivalità incredibile.
E quindi tu tra l'altro hai studiato la normale di Pisa, quindi vuoi ritornare.
Ha una preferenza, Michele ha una preferenza.
Tornersi a casa. Ci prometti quindi che ci sarai?
Non prometto,
ma ci penserai.
Va bene. È un ci penserò onesto. Ci piace.
Rimane un nostro orgoglio italiano, anche se va in giro con la maglietta svizzera, ma è qualcosa che si cancella subito.
Oggi con Photoshop sono tutti italiani.
Esatto.
Senti Michele, l'ultima domanda, adesso abbiamo già visto la prima partita di finale, abbiamo visto come stanno giocando questi grandi campioni, un tuo pronostico?
Non ho idea, avevo detto 50-50.
We are ready. Looks like we're live. Hello. Welcome to round 2 of the final. Just before we start, I have found the rules around what happens if they draw, so I'm just going to read that out. So the higher ranked player has the choice of colour for the first game of the match. So in this case, that was Angeli who chose white. Each player gets 1 point for each win, half a point for each draw in the match. Colours are reversed for the second game, so now Nagano will play white and vice versa. In the third game, then the person that has the greater number of discs in the first 2 games gets to choose the colour. If that's a tie, then the higher ranked player gets to choose the colour. At the end of the 3 games, if the players are tied on points, then the total number of discs for the 3 games will decide the winner. Otherwise, if that's a tie as well, the higher rated player will win. So there's the answer according to the official rules for the World Othello Championships. So the second game has kicked off here. They've played my favourite first move, with e6, which is a great choice, I think.
But the interesting thing is that Angeli is stopped to think at move 3. So he hadn't got in his head what was going to happen, or he was expecting diagonal maybe, but doubt that.
I was going to say, he seems out of book now.
Well, we can say also the first move e6 is best move, yes.
Thank you. Finally.
It's also worth saying that we're having a mini party in the studio with everybody who's contributed so far joining us. So shall we just run down the names of the people that are here? I'm Guy.
I'm Sophie.
I'm Joe.
I'm Kurihiko Tanida.
I'm Luke.
I'm Arthur.
I'm Makoto from Netherlands.
from the Netherlands. And there we all are. Hello. This is the most commentators we've had, I think. Hopefully it works. It's a bit like some of Nagano's play. It's quite risky, but very exciting.
Oh, what it is. What it is.
Isn't this be rare?
I didn't see this variation before.
Yes, I've seen it, but is Z5 much more popular, I think?
I think here the mainstream move would have been G5. And I have seen H3 online a few times, but I think it's new.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
And Anjali suddenly did sit back and then pause and then lean forwards and is staring intently at the board, so it looks like he wasn't expecting this. So after his pause at move 3, where he was deciding, which opening shall we go down, which line shall we go down, he eventually chose and has gone down a line where Nagano has varied what he was expecting.
So he appears, even despite the thought, he appears to have fallen into Nagano's wants.
Which is what happened in the semi-final as well.
Absolutely,
with Nagano's preparation.
From what I gather, it's very difficult not to fall into Nagano's wants because he knows every opening, probably all the way through the game.
Every opening to move 60.
In less than a minute. Maybe a minute and a half.
Yeah, but it seems like Nagano has had good preparation for this championship. I strongly believe that Nagano still would have some the regrettable history when firstly joined to the WRC 2016. The history back to the Mito 7 years ago. At that moment, the pairing on the semi-final, one of the semi-final, actually the both of them. And that moment, Nagano played following the famous openings, and he was not much. How should I say? The position was not much difficult for Ochoni, so that I guess that Nagano could have good preparation to break the Ochoni's the great opening books. So I think it's quite a good preparation for himself, actually. So it's quite interesting to see how we play the game without the books.
Yeah, and here we actually see Nagano with the kind of spread out pieces, whereas in other rounds he's played a lot more of a compact style, but now he's playing like Suakuni does, which is going to be fun to watch.
Yes, yes.
If only we had him here to commentate. Oh, wait, we do.
What's interesting about this position is that, this is commonly called like the rotating position, where black has many pieces stick together on the left side, and then white has a lot of pieces connected on the right side. So both players are trying to be careful in terms of tempo, not making sure not to run out of moves, as well as taking minimum discs as possible.
And it is what we've seen in past rounds with the kind of two-wall game. Both players have a wall of pieces against the other player's wall of pieces, but we haven't really seen it where it rotates around the board like it might in this position. So that's interesting.
By the way, which position do you prefer to play first? Maybe we had the strategy here to proceed. One option is starting from H4. Oh yes, he played.
So here, one thing that we can notice is that it looks like white has a tempo in B8 that he could play anytime. But white needs to be very careful, because then he would open himself to a stoner trap where black would play G7. At some point, it doesn't even have to happen right after. It could happen later. But if white plays his move in b8, then black can play a stunner trap in g7, which could be pretty dangerous. So we have to keep in mind that b8 is a tempo, but not always usable. So white has to be very careful here.
Oh yes, exactly. So that black seems could manage the position. Yeah. Yes, it's interesting.
I am wondering if it was a preparation, because it's a loud move that was played quite fast for a 40-minute game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's too fast to play.
And we have seen Nagano do this in other games, where we've thought, is he out of book now? Is he out of book now? And it turns out in the interview that he wasn't out of book. But he does pause before playing the big moves, even though he knows them already.
And it's interesting as well that he didn't seem to do this in the Swiss section of the tournament. He seems to very much have played.
Yeah, and
I'm sure he did to an extent, but he seems to have very much saved this kind of preparation for the finals and the semi-finals.
Yes. Previously, I still remember that Mr. Takeshi Murakami mentioned such the possibilities, like assume we have the good preparation, especially for the openings. But now we have the internet access, so that all the transcripts are immediately open to anybody during the World Championship. So that we are quite curious how we use the unique opening during the double season, using a preliminary rounds or keep it until the final games. But Murakami-san mentioned that actually it's pointless without using such preparation during the preliminary rounds, then losing the preliminary rounds. No sense. So he probably prefers to use that.
Yeah, and it was interesting. It was interesting to talk to him about how he prepares.
But actually, Nagano seems to keep it in his wallet until now. Yeah.
Cool. So, who would each of you rather be in this position? Let's try and keep it a bit shorter so we get through everyone before the end of the game.
Okay, so I'll start off. Well, I think this position is a little bit harder for black because black has quiet moves like a6, but white can quickly respond by going to a4. And what's good about that is it's very quiet. It only flips the b5 disc. The fourth row is all black. So I would say white is better.
What do you mean by
Othello. Yeah, I was going to say it only goes up to H. There's no O.
I think the surprising thing about these moves is that black could apply a lot of pressure in the bottom right portion of the board due to the threat of the stunner and maybe also sacrifices. But now that he gave the edge, he will not have any easy tempo to use in this region anymore.
Yeah, but for myself, it's still nervous position for black, as Joe mentioned, that not exactly the running short of the moves for black, but we have to pay attention to the numbers of moves if assume we play black. But actually, the Ochenri didn't spend a long time to consider to play f8. Seems not much obvious move to play. I still have some doubts that if still remember the positions. Yeah, personally, I prefer to play to e2 first instead of f8. But I was thinking the any other possibilities to play. But I guess that Ochenri got a conclusion so fast. It is still his opening the book yet, or any experience before.
So, yeah, Nagano seems to be thinking a bit more now. Do you think he's out of book?
Yes, it's quite interesting to see.
And Anchally did respond quickly, but it also seemed to be a fairly easy response, fairly simple. I think he did.
It was part of what he'd planned when he gave away the edge in the first place.
Oh no, he didn't play. My mistake. He is still thinking. It appears they're both out of book.
Right, but the G4 he played, the G5 he played quickly. So he gave the edge and then he played G5.
Oh yeah.
So he'd obviously thought it through to this point.
And another viewpoint is after some moves played on the edge in the south, so that preferably black may play to E2 in some point. However, E2, assume black plays to E2, then white takes H5, then white may potentially consider G2. So, assume if I play here, I like to consider for some more hours.
Ooh, they're gesturing.
Is it a fly? Another fly?
I think what's
yeah.
very interesting with this choice of move by Anchally that we discussed is, just as you said, just as you mentioned, it could be very dangerous if white manages to get on the edge and then to control the diagonal in G2. It could be devastating for black. So I think it is a very risky line. It could be, I think it's high risk, high reward, because it could go wrong, but if it goes right, black will get a lot of discs in the bottom right corner at the end of the game.
Yes, and then black played to assume H6 first, then white may potentially play to D2 to soften the damage of the black's E2, the positions.
I think this shows what Anchally was thinking. He needed to play out the bottom edge so that when he plays H6, if white plays H5, then G6 gets flipped. Which I haven't thought through fully, but he seemed to play out the bottom edge with something on the right-hand side in mind.
It's, of course, again, to note that Anchally has a lot more pressure on him with this being the second round, because, of course, he lost the first round, so he needs to either win or draw. He can't afford a loss. Anything that I've said in the past about drawing, not being able to draw either, is me spouting nonsense, but there is still more pressure on him than there is on Nagano, who has the one-game cushion.
It's interesting position to think of.
Yes.
As naturally, maybe 8 or 9 out of 10 people may agree to start from the C2 the position, maybe. C2, E2, B3, then I think the blacks potentially playing to H6 is a kind of a free move, like white may not access to B6 practically. So now the black may not much be afraid of the shorter moves at this moment. Then, in this viewpoint, I guess that Ocendi he was quite good to manage the Nagano's interest in the opening the positions.
So Nagano just made the move to D2, and he was able to make that move because Anchally made the move to H6, and since the diagonal from E3 to H6 is all black, white was just able to make a quiet move to D2, flipping only in one direction, and as a response, Anchally just made the move to C2.
More importantly, would any of you like a snack? Given that we're having a party with all of us here.
Hey Joe, I know you had some dessert after your lunch.
That's a secret.
Shh. Thank you. No problem.
But it's amazing that Nagano still keeps his time more than 35 minutes now. Amazing.
Also worth noting, there are over 100 people watching right now. A lot of people. If you think of having 100 people in one room, obviously depending on the size of the room, but that's a lot of people to talk to. So firstly, thank you for all being here. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe now. If you haven't pressed the like button on this live stream, it's free, it doesn't cost you anything, it takes a second, and it really helps with growing Othello and this YouTube channel for future World Championships. So make sure you've done that, and yeah, thank you for being here and sharing this with all 100 of us as well, I guess.
I have to say, I am really amazed at how fast Nagano played this move, for example, because it was not at all obvious that it was the only option. For example, he could have played, I don't know, A3, maybe B8. It was not obvious that this was the only decent-looking move. So I think it's really amazing that he made this decision confidently with so much time left on the clock.
Yeah, so he has been proven how deeply prepared for this World Championships, right? And I guess that the time is approaching that to how we manage the dialogue now, especially the line from H1 to A8.
I think White will try at some point to sacrifice in G2 in order to get tempos on top and also on the right side. So Black will need to be careful if he turns the F3 disc, because it would enable G2 for White later.
Yeah, so that the viewpoint is to reduce the power of the White's G2. Black may not take the edge to G1, like the unbalanced edge starting from C1 to G1, then such that the White's G2 can be very strong. Then White may play to B8, such a perfect position after the G2, H1, H2, H5, G7, such a great parity for White, so that Black may not take such an unbalanced edge on the north. So that yes, in this viewpoint, Black's place to F1 seems to be somewhat reasonable, even though he may have a potential move to G1 if assume White plays to E1. So that what is most important is for Black, the best option is Black may not touch to such F1 or E1 positions, or if he needs to play there, then realistically he cannot play to G1 as the G2 is too strong or is obvious. And also another viewpoint is, but another headache to Black is assume playing to B3, then I guess that Black may preferably play to A6 and play to B6 to gain some moves ahead. But before Black playing to F1, Black has no access to A6. So somehow he needs to make some disks on the line of F1 to A6. So it's a kind of a little bit conflict to avoid making the edge in the north, but he wants to actually make the access to A6. So how he makes such the positions. I don't think it's a kind of, how should I say, the killing or getting two birds with just one stone.
I also do want to point out White's move to b8. It is a free move, and what's good about that move is that it makes a perfect mountain at the bottom edge that we've been talking all throughout this tournament, and that makes it very, very harsh for Black because Black cannot go anywhere in the bottom right region. So Black really needs to be careful about his moves, and White has that b8 move available anytime at any given point in time in the game. So Black does need to be careful about that because it ultimately will lead to a swindle since the 7th row will turn all white.
It's quite tricky, especially for the diagonals, and potentially, we have to take care of the diagonal, both of the H, not only to the H1 to A8, also that we have to pay attention to A1 to A8 as the portion in the disk. Okay. It's quite clever move, I guess, that he doesn't want to open the disk C3 now stays in black, but once the white opens that disk, may open the opportunity playing black to B2 to control the diagonal in some futures. So that playing A3 may keep the C3 position black. As black, assume black play B3, white may respond to A4, then white may play A3, then the C3 disk may open to be white. So that I guess that the white's A3 is a kind of to avoid such situation. So I guess A3, B3, B8, then force black to play in the north, then making the C1, taking the H on the north, then playing B2. I guess that it's a basic strategy how Nagano may manage.
Yes. Also, I would be quite interested in knowing how Nagano chose A3, for example, compared to A4. Because here, what I'm scared, it's exactly, so black played B3. Now, probably white wants to give the top edge, just like you said. So the problem is that if white plays E1, then black could play A4, and then if white takes the edge with A5, there is a potential control of diagonal with B2.
Open C3.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And if instead of A3, the white disk was in A4, this wouldn't be a risk. So
yes,
I would be interested in knowing what the reasoning was behind A3.
Yes, yeah, it's quite a good point that after white plays to A3, potentially the black assume play to A4, then white takes A5, the C3 is white, and no, how should I say, no tool to manage the diagonal. So that in this viewpoint, the white Nagano may stays the free option of B8. B8 is actually not only the viewpoint of the free move for white, also the quite strong backup to cut the diagonal starting from B2, so that now he should play to E1. Yes, good.
Yes, totally agree. I think maybe his reasoning was that thanks to B8, he doesn't have to worry about the diagonal. This could be a very good reason.
And do you think the blacks taking the D1 on the next move? I like to play A4 first to make the assume the black plays to D1 first. White may play to G2. Of course, white may lose some disks in the north and northeast. However, such a pairing assume D1, G2, losing some disk H1, H2, G2, but white may play to B8. Then H1, H5 can be a quite free move. H5 and G7, such combo for the parity is very strong.
And what do you think of, for example, a4, a5, c1?
In such a case, playing immediately b2 is not much the reasonable. I guess that a4, a5, then black needs to play one more time to a6 to make the unbalanced edge on the west. To let's playing black to b2. It's clear, but he doesn't need to keep it as it's attacking to the unbalanced edge on the west.
Yes, I agree as well. But I was thinking of a4, a5, and then c1 without ever playing an x square.
Okay, okay.
If white answers to d1, everything is white in this region.
Okay, but then white may have the option playing to g1.
Yes, but then there is a stoner with b2.
But I don't mind getting the stoner trap, as white may respond to the g2 and cuts the diagonal via b8.
Yes, that's a very good point.
If there's a pause here, you can show some of those considerations on the electronic board because I was struggling to follow the speed at which you were thinking there.
Digital board, please.
Please, could we have the digital board?
Digital board, please.
It appears that the van has switched off, and at least we've been saved by a move on the board.
Oh, that's why I need to take this edge. But I was thinking the G1 also the option for white, taking first.
So since you were asking for a digital board, but it didn't come, sorry. So, oh, now it's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
There it
what
is.
we were describing, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was C1, G1, and then black has a stoner opportunity. But what you were saying is that it's not a very bad thing for whites because...
No problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
No problem.
No
Because
problem.
now, as you can see, black is in a very big problem because he doesn't have parity.
It's
and
too
white-
strong, too strong.
Yeah, white has an answer to everything. So
Right,
there is
so,
a stoner, but
so stoner traps normally give, in this case, it would be black playing the stoner trap, and it normally gives them a decent number of free moves, or an extra move. But in this case, you're saying it just doesn't work out.
but actually did play C1 anyways.
Oh.
So maybe he has another plan. I hope for him.
Could we switch back to the normal view, please? Oh, thank you. Instant once again. Yeah, again, the difference in time isn't massive. It's quite far into the game now. I think they'll both be very comfortable with time to think through their endgame strategies.
But the matter for the especially for black is position itself. I think that playing C1 makes the position easier to let the white to consider how he makes a plan going ahead. Yeah.
So here, apparently, Nagano followed Mr. Suekuni's suggestion, which, as we saw, looked very promising. But here, another thing that white could do is play d1 first, so that if white, for example, takes the edge with b1, then black can control the diagonal in b2, and maybe try to make something happen. But once again, the problem is that white always has b8 to cut the diagonal.
Also, the white assume black plays d1. White may not respond to b1, but
Yes.
g2.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, it is basically a replay of the 2016 semi-final. Angeli was quite excited about that, I think, going into this, because he won that semi-final, didn't he?
Actually, yes.
Yes, and he went on to win that year. So I think he'll have come into this final with confidence from having done it before, and whether he's able to deliver on that remains to be seen. But it will always provide for an entertaining final.
The problem here is that outside of the lines that we mentioned, I feel like it is very hard for black to make anything happen. And because white has a move to b8, a move to g2, etc., black has to make something happen.
Yeah, but why is there such a...
So he's gone for the stoner trap anyway.
Yeah. But what's hard about black is that black is having a really hard time playing out the right edge, especially because he has no access to the h5 square, and white is saving that move so that when eventually a sequence where black or white, the right hand side, the edge starts filling up, white has an extra move, an extra tempo at h5 where black has no access. So black is really in a big trouble in terms of the right edge there. And the top region, there's an odd number of squares. So it's very tough for black here.
Yeah, so that see back some of the moves before that, as Archul mentioned that the playing f1 or the making some the opportunities quite the potential moves in the northeast can be used like this, so that we have to consider somewhat deeply before the black plays to f1. Black playing f1 makes such a fate now.
Personally, the way I see it, I would say that black really needs to find something. I just cannot see what he can do more than what we discussed. So if anyone has an idea of how to escape this parity issue, I would love to hear it.
So yeah, the F1 itself may not work to back to some of the moves before, but also such situation was made by the combination of the H on the right, black play to H6, so that how shall I say? So I like to reconsider. How shall I say? About 20 moves before the history, but the purpose why how the Ochiri sees the position when he plays to f8. Okay.
So I'm guessing black would now either go to d1 or take the h1 corner. What do you think?
I think it's the same thing. I mean, there is a difference in the disc e4, but I don't think it's going to be relevant.
All right.
Yeah, in this viewpoint, yes. only e4 is different at this moment. But finally, white may be occupied by white in finally was, I assume white may take the corner eventually, so that the cases can be almost the same.
So do you think Nagano will be feeling more confident in the situation?
Yes.
Is there still hope for both sides?
Well, I mean, black does have the diagonal control from b2 to g7 now, but white can easily cut that line by just going to b8, and b8's the move that we've been talking about, the free move that white can just go to, and playing out the top right is still very, very hard for black. So I do think white is in a comfortable position here.
It does feel as though black's last few moves have been a bit desperate.
Maybe he was feeling tired. I forget who said it in the chat, but maybe. But at the end of the day, as long as he's had a good time and he comes away from this feeling proud of having got to the final, then that's always good. And of course, he's won the tournament before as well. So
Twice. And he's got an Uncle Rico pose.
At the moment, yeah. Angeli's showing off his biceps for us here.
So here, my interpretation of this movement by Nagano, I think he simply wants to play parity in the simplest way possible. So now there is an even region at the bottom right. If black plays h1, Nagano has an obvious answer in h2, and I think it makes the position very simple for him. So I think in this regard, this is a move that really just makes it easy for him.
Also, by making the move to h5 for white, black no longer has access to d1. So in terms of like the stoner trap that we've been talking about, I think white also had the thought of just deleting the black's move to d1.
Yeah, I think it's funny because to me, as kind of an average player, the black position looks quite nice, I think, with black having control of the diagonal like that, having all the pieces on the inside, having access to some of the corners. But as you kind of look deeper and deeper into it, it seems that there are complications that come with this position. And it kind of goes to show that we might have all these rules that we teach kind of people when they start learning, but there are always exceptions and further rules, I guess.
Yeah, Luke, sometimes it's a matter of looking at all the good things in your position and all the bad things in your position. But sometimes you do just have to look ahead and say, that's not what I see about that. I've got the control of that diagonal, and that's a good thing. But white can cut it at will whenever he likes and get access to both corners and play those out in whatever order he likes. And so therefore the diagonal, whilst it's a beautiful diagonal, it's easily cut. It would be an amazing diagonal if c7 was white, for example, and we'd be going, this.
If c7 were white, would that just mean black would be winning? Is that one piece that's changing the entire game?
Possibly.
I think for people watching this, there is essentially two ways to feel comfortable as white. I think if you're if you're able to see a few moves ahead, then the easiest way is to just think of a sequence, for example, white a7, then b6, b8, and you just play the moves one after the other, and you realize that white always has the last word everywhere. But another way to see it would be to say that, as you mentioned, white can always cut the diagonal whenever he wants, and he just did. And in addition to that, he hasn't lost parity anywhere. So he has access to all the corners, and he didn't lose parity. So even without looking very deep, it sounds good for white, I would say.
Yeah, so now it's just a case of, which is almost ironic because Nagano's past semi-finals and finals games have been quite exciting to watch, but this one's been pretty sensible from him, kind of showing that he can do it all, and that opening preparation pays off, I guess. He seems to have just been comfortable throughout the whole of this round.
So there's an odd number of squares opened on the top edge. So maybe white would want to play out the parity, yes, by going to A1 and just filling up the that top edge just to have control over the parity.
And there's just, so little that black can even do here. That you wonder how quickly they'll play the rest of this out. Will Nagano even have used half his time? I'm sure he'll think through the last moves just to get the discs, out of respect, but it's looking like there's not much black can do, making this almost like a parity victory lap for him.
I would also like to applaud the confidence that Nagano must have to play in 9 minutes the final game.
Well,
when he was
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Sorry, when he was out of book quite early.
Yeah,
I
true.
mean, yes, compared to his other games at least.
And having got into the semi-finals on the tiebreak, on the playoff, sorry. He'll be really pleased to have won this. So that's nice. It always means a lot to the Japanese players. Not that it wouldn't have meant a lot to Anjali, of course. But he'll be pleased with this.
What's beautiful is that if white goes to A8 now, white's gonna flip the, never mind. I was thinking white would be able to flip the E4 disc, so when black makes the H7 move, those two diagonal pieces wouldn't flip. But, oh well.
Well, there we go. There's the
nice game.
Championships 2023.
Congratulations, Nagano.
Big congratulations, yes, to Nagano. He takes the second game with 39-25. We're going to get them up here for an interview in a second. But I think before that, shall we just go through each of us and say our favourite parts from this year, given that we've all mostly watched each round, and some of us have played in each round too. So for me personally, I think my favourite moment was the semi-final between the two Japanese players. Getting to commentate on it with just Joe here was a massive honour because it was such an exciting 2 games to watch. The opening, middle game, end game, psychological game, time control, all of it came into play and was utilised, and it was great to watch. So that was my highlight.
Yeah, actually Nagano played quite well. Do you remember yesterday evening he played playoff?
Yes.
See, for the opportunity for coming to the semi-finals, it's quite amazing.
Yeah, it is a big game. I thought it was.
Yeah. What were your favourite parts of
My favourite moment was when you, Luke, came and told me about the Michaela X square. Move
yes.
19, and I got to move 19 on the board and still wasn't expecting it. That was quite a beautiful moment for me.
Yeah, some really exciting games this year. We've been lucky to watch them.
For me, it's very hard to pick up only one single game, but I was very excited by seeing Krita's game, Krita's 13 winning streak. It was so amazing, so it was impressive.
Yeah. Hi. And we're all clapping because Bengt has joined us here in the studio. Of course, I'm joking. We're joined here by the two finalists. Make sure to get your questions in. I see one already. Hello again. We're joined here by the two finalists. Congratulations to you both. Can we get another round of applause quickly now that they're here? Yep. So, yeah, congratulations on your first place and congratulations on your second place, both of which are really good achievements. I have a question for Nagano first. This is from the live chat, so the people watching. Why did you play so fast?
長野さんに質問です。なぜそんなに素早く手をなんでしょう、ゲームを進めていったのでしょうか。
この決勝ラウンドを通して決勝戦も準決勝もなんですけど、予選では温存しておいた準備のオープニングをかなり用意してまして、全部の試合違うものを打ったかなと思うんですけど、全部入念に準備してあったので、想定内の部分は素早く打とうと、それから、想定から外れた部分もその周辺の 手筋みたいな部分を、勉強しておいたので、自信のある部分はもうなるべく早く決断しようというふうに思ってました。
So during the Swiss rounds, the 13 rounds, I had openings that I saved for the semifinals and the finals, and I had openings that I didn't use in the Swiss rounds, and even if I got into positions that were out of book, I still studied those moves where the opponent could have gone. So I studied many sequences of moves, and even if the position looked like it was out of book, I still learned those moves. So I made it very comfortable for my semifinal and final games.
So another question for Nagano. So you beat Kurita in the semi-finals. Kurita obviously had won 13 out of 13. It has since been brought to my attention that a few years ago you won 13 out of 13 in the Swiss tournament and then lost in the semi-final. How was it to have that the other way round? Because I'm sure you, out of all people, understand what it must have felt like not to.
栗田選手は、予選の13ラウンドで、全勝して、そして、準決勝で長野選手と当たり、そこで負けてしまいました。これは、数年前に長野さんが同じく、経験したことだと思います。13ラウンド全部全勝して、そして準決勝で惜しくも、敗れてしまった。しかし、今回、自分が、逆の立場になって、気分はいかがでしょうか。
栗田さんの、13連勝というのは当然僕も意識するところで、自分もその13連勝から負けた経験があるというのも、もちろん記憶にありましたので、13連勝してるからといって勝てない相手ではないんだと思って気持ちをしっかり持つようにしましたし、あとはその自分が2016年にその13連勝から準決勝で敗れた時の対戦相手はピアノ選手ルジバス選手でしたので、そのリベンジ、今回決勝戦はそのリベンジを果たしたいというようなシチュエーションでもあったので、かなり意識はしたんですけれども、無事リベンジができてよかったなというふうに思ってます。
So yes, Kurita did end up having the 13-win streak in the Swiss rounds, and however, I still did think there was a chance for me to win in the semifinal games, and also I faced Anjali in the 2016 Mito World Championship, and I lost to Anjali in the semifinal game. So I really wanted to challenge myself again and win against him, and I fortunately was able to win the game, win both games. So I'm just very happy.
Cool. Anjali, again, this was a rematch of the 2016 semi-finals. Did that give you confidence going into the game? And what did you feel that Nagano did differently this time than the first time?
มันเป็นเกมที่เหมือนกับตอนปี 2016 ที่ตอนนั้นเล่นด้วยกันตอนนี้พอเริ่มมาเล่นด้วยกันรอบนี้รู้สึกว่ามั่นใจไหมเพราะว่าเป็นเกมเดียวกันหรือแบบนากาโนะเล่นอะไรแตกต่างไปจากเดิมบ้างไหมในเชิงแบบกลยุทธ์อะไรเงี้ย
เรารู้สึกว่ามันต่างจากปี 2016 ตรงที่เขาเก่งขึ้นใช่แล้วก็ตอน 2016 เนี่ยเราก็ไม่ได้คิดว่าเราจะสามารถชนะเขาได้ด้วยซึ่งเขาก็สมควรที่จะได้ตำแหน่งตรงนั้นแล้ว
So in 2016 from then until now Nagano apparently improved his game a lot. But back then, Anjali didn't really expect to win anyway. But right now, he can obviously see that he improved and he actually deserves this world champion this time.
So a second question for you. You said on your Facebook that you liked to practice while listening to Coldplay. What's your favourite Coldplay song?
เห็นชอบโพสต์ใน Facebook ว่าฟังเพลง Coldplay ชอบฟังเพลงอะไร
เราเปิดมันเป็นเพลย์ลิสต์ที่โรงแรมเขาไอ้นี่ไว้เราก็เปิดไปเรื่อยๆมันเป็นเพลงที่อะคูสติกแล้วมันก็คือแบบใช้แล้วมันฟังแล้วมันมีสมาธิ
He didn't really have a specific song that he likes, but at the hotel they have the playlist for Coldplay, and when he listened to the Coldplay songs, it gives him a level of concentration to the practice.
So there you go. That's our biggest tip for this year, is if you want to get good at Othello, listen to Coldplay. We had a question from Arthur about the game, so do you want to come and ask that?
Okay, so congratulations, guys. So I had a question about the game, about one of the moves. So I'm not sure in which orientation you guys had the game. So maybe on the computer I can show the move. And then we can describe it.
Can we have the digital screen up, please?
Oh, it's the other computer.
Do you want to go over?
So on the other computer, my question is about the move A3. And because ultimately, my question is, A3 opened a lot of moves for black, a stoner trap, diagonal control and all that, so it was quite complicated, but ultimately, as we saw in the game, it all worked out perfectly for white. So my question is, did you already see that everything would end up in very nicely for you? Or did you have any other reason to play this move as opposed to, for example, A4 or something else?
そうですね。A3 になぜ打ったのか知りたいのと、終盤の展開ですとかそういったものは予測できていましたか。そして、なぜ A4 ではなく A3 に打ったのでしょうか。何かこだわりとかありましたか。
非常にテクニカルな質問をいただいたんですけど、まず質問にあったストナートラップであった今、黒の B2 ですね、対角線クロスラインを、通すような手順が存在するっていうことは、認識していました。でそもそも、この局面白の、大きな優勢を感じていたので、黒が打つならこれだろう、つまりは黒ストナーがあったら仕掛けたくなるだろう、でもそれって白が勝ってるよねっていうところを読み切って打つのが一番安全というか、黒に狙いを与えた方がかえって安全かなと思うところもあったので、ストナーについては問題なく対処できるというようなことは読み筋に入っていて、それが比較的安全かなというふうに考えて打ちました。
So I did see the stoner trap and the diagonal lines during this position. So I was able to read ahead and think about those positions. And however, even if black was able to set the stoner trap on me, I think that still would have been a safer position for me, because I would have been able to easily respond to the stoner trap. And so he was able to read ahead, and he wasn't too worried about the stoner trap.
Okay, so that's all the questions we have. We have a number of people in the room at the moment, including some of the Italian commentators, also known as Alessandro, one of the best players.
Just two or three questions, but in Italian. Okay.
Oh yeah? He has a question.
I want to stay in other studio with him. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we have an interview in Italian. You must say just sì. I give question and you answer sì, but not here, there. Please.
In 1 second. In 1 second.
Okay.
First
when
of all,
you finish, you can do it.
See. First of all, do we want to get everyone in the room over here as we say goodbye from the main stream here? If you're interested in listening to Nagano say sì, stay tuned for the Italian stream.
And Andreas as well.
Get a good angle and come into the view.
Thank you.
And we have Andreas who's been behind the camera and behind the media team.
Yeah.
It's the technical media team, the TV team.
Yeah, so there's a massive team of people that do everything, especially this year, behind the scenes and the people that you see. So a massive thank you to everyone, a massive congratulations to our winner and runner-up for this year. And thank you all very much for sharing in this with us. And we'll hopefully see you again in the future. So, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
congratulations on your ceremonies, both of which are really good achievements. I have a question for Nagano first. This is from the live chat, so people watching.
使い持ちをしましたし、答えその自分が、2016年、13連勝から準決勝でやられた時の対戦相手は、山本選手でかなり意識出したんですけれども、無事ベンチができてよかったというふうに思ってます。
So yes, Kurita did end up having the 13-win streak in the Swiss rounds, and however, I faced Anjali in the 2016 Mito World Championship, and I lost to Anjali.
Cool. Anjali, again, this was a rematch of the 2016.
Apparently improved his game a lot. But back then, Anjali didn't really expect to win anyway. But right now, he can obviously see that.
Very nicely for you, or do you have any other reason to play this move as opposed to, for example, a4 or something else?
終盤の展開ですが、そういったものは予測できていました。そして、なぜ永遠ではなく、やってきたのでしょうか。何かこだわりとかありますか？
非常に手間なドラフトであったり、プロの PA2 ですね、対角線、コースラインを、通すような手順が存在するということは、認識していました。でそもそも、この局面、白の、大きな優勢を感じていたので、黒が打つならこれだろう、つまりは黒を外側がった視点というか、黒に狙いを与えた方が断然かなと思うところがあったので、そのについては問題なく、それが比較的安全かなというふうに考えておりました。
So I did see the stolen trend, and so I was able to read ahead and think about those positions. And however, even if Black was able to set the stolen trend on me, I think that still would have been a safer position for me, because I would have been able to. He wasn't too worried about the stolen trap.
Okay, so that's the Italian commentators, also known as Alessandro.
Yes, I have an interview in Italian. You must say just sì. I question and you answer sì, but not here, there. Please, we have our studio. Okay, when you finish, you can
First of all, do we want to get everyone in the room over here?
We have Andreas, who's been behind the camera and behind the media team. That's the technical media, the TV team.
Yes, so there's a massive team of people that do everything, especially this year, behind the scenes and the people that you see. So a massive thank you to everyone, a massive congratulations to our national runner-up for this year. And thank you all very much for sharing in this with us. And we'll hopefully see you again in the future. So, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao a tutti, con questo è tutto. Un abbraccio grande dal
Nagano, campione del mondo.
Complimenti Nagano, un abbraccio grande qui dallo studio. Ci vediamo presto con altre interviste esclusive. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao.
Perfetto. troppo divertente. Potrebbe essere da pensare anche un po' più solito, no? Più delle sue cose.
Sì, però il problema è che Giulì veramente è una conoscenza molto avanzata da tanti anni.
Se parliamo di aperture, che il problema di Michele contro Anciulli è che se noi andiamo ad analizzare le aperture,
Non ce la fa.
18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, 35, mamma mia per pochissimo!
Oh, mamma mia,
che finale! Mamma mia che finale, complimenti, complimenti a Nagano.
Chiude Nagano.
Vai, l'ultima mossa, vediamo, bravo Nagano, finale! Bellissimo, bellissimo, adesso faccio fare su Michele, andiamo a vedere Michele, che sta combinando? Michele la parità. Sì, al 7, buono!
Siamo all'ultimo giro.
Sì, ultime mosse, dai che Michele la portiamo a casa.
Michele in parità appena finito.
Che poi la cosa buona è che dopo G7, io ho avuto Ruben a casa, adesso parlo pure spagnolo, mi perdo con le lingue. La cosa buona è che dopo G7 c'è F8 fa un sacco di pedine.
Sì, F8
fai un sacco di pedine, quindi assolutamente abbiamo modo di recuperare sulla diagonale, abbiamo modo di recuperare.
Tra l'altro Michele qui qua solo 16 secondi.
Aspetta, qui è un po' complicato.
Dai Michele. C'è
quella diagonale lì che è fastidiosa, non ci fa scherzi.
Michele, il tempo, non farci scherzi col tempo, Michele, non farci scherzi col tempo, adesso non sappiamo quanto effettivamente la ipoteca sia aggiornata.
Vediamo un po' quanto manca, cosa dici?
La immagine non ce l'abbiamo.
Mamma mia, guardate, nel frattempo guida disperato, mannaggia, mi dispiace
quando vinci 13 partite al girone eliminatorio e poi perdi 2-0 alla semifinale, penso ce la fa col pareggio, no, sopra 38, no, non ce la fa.
No, come no?
Non ce la fa, porca miseria.
Come no?
Non ce la fa, ragazzi.
L'ultima mossa.
Non ce la
quanto
fa.
tempo c'ha Anciuli? 7 secondi Michele, un minuto Anciuli, una vita.
Che peccato.
Mannaggia la miseria. 38, 33, 34. Bravo lo stesso a Michele. Bravo Michele. Finale buono, pazzesco.
Michele non lo vedo neanche troppo arrabbiato, quindi l'ha presa bene.
Io penso che comunque lui sa che ha fatto un ottimo torneo, si è portato nella fase finale che era già molto difficile, ha fatto il massimo, sicuramente l'unico rimpianto è quell'errore nella mossa della prima partita che si porterà magari più tardi, speriamo però di cancellarlo perché comunque un terzo posto è la sua portata ed è fondamentale provare a non mollare fino alla fine. E chi non mollerà fino alla fine è qui vicino a noi, Chiara Gigliucci, un nuovo applauso. Comunque ha giocato contro Kesi che è un avversario tosto, difficile, sappiamo cosa ci dice di questa partita.
È stata abbastanza complicata.
Hai sentito un po' di tensione durante la partita o la giocata serena? Com'è stata?
Ma diciamo sì, in alcuni momenti un po' tesa, quindi infatti pensavo tanto perché mi sentivo sempre in svantaggio. Quindi cercavo un po' di restare viva.
Sì, allora un nostro diciamo, analisi
dai il nostro partita, tanto è sbagliato.
Innanzitutto sei uscita abbastanza bene all'apertura, perché è vero che lei guadagnava tempi di gioco su un bordo, ma tu rimanevi molto compatto al centro. Lei ha fatto a un certo punto un 5 e quel 5 tu dovevi già immaginarlo come una figura attaccabile fondamentalmente. C'è stata una situazione nel centro partita pieno, quindi ancora in gara, in cui tu avresti potuto farle aprire una mossa sulla X per attaccare quel 5, purtroppo ti è sfuggita in un paio di occasioni e lì si è persa la chance. Però Chiara sicuramente l'analizziamo, non è un problema, che di suo molto brava in tutte le fasi della partita, no? Tu hai dimostrato di avere un'ottima apertura, hai dimostrato di avere un ottimo centro partita, lei ha ancora un po' più di esperienza nel finale, è riuscita ad ottimizzare tutte le situazioni, però io sono convinto che questa cosa a te ti carica, no? Alla fine che soddisfazione, no? Potersela giocare con una campionessa del mondo, perché lei è la campionessa del mondo in carica.
Sì, infatti sì, no, comunque bella partita comunque.
Ti porti a casa una grande esperienza, cioè adesso sai, la partita che abbiamo visto, tu hai giocato veramente bene all'inizio, senza dare mosse, senza fare mosse difficili, quindi hai conservato una posizione invidiabile. Poi però sai cosa ti è mancato? Ti è mancato proprio il graffio della tibia. Nel momento in cui tu avevi la partita nelle proprie mani, dovevi attaccare, dovevi attaccare quel 5,
cioè un po' di aggressività.
Lì ci voleva la parte aggressiva che devi tirare fuori adesso in allenamento. Cioè
allora ti tolgo una curiosità intanto, perché si è giocata anche l'altra semifinale femminile, per chi non lo sapesse, in cui nonostante diciamo il pronostico poi giustamente confermato dalla giapponese Isako Kinashita, ha avuto la meglio di Veronica Stenberg soltanto 33-31. Ne parlavamo prima che è vero che nel torneo si era dimostrato una certa differenza di qualità di gioco, ma Veronica è stata campionessa del mondo in passato, quindi comunque non ti dimentichi certe situazioni, sulla partita secca può succedere di tutto, però chissà che questa delusione del 33-31 la scarica un po' Veronica, e Chiara ci fa il colpaccio per il terzo posto, che ancora abbiamo tanto da voler, cioè il nostro torneo non è finito, noi vogliamo ancora giocarci l'ultima partita per quel posto in più che figlia di Chiara significa tanto, dimostrerebbe, lo dimostra già, hai fatto già una cosa eccezionale, che non sei lì a caso, terza significherebbe proprio
hai fatto un pezzo della cosa eccezionale, devi
esatto.
andare a conquistare,
si accontenta dopo, non prima.
No, giocatrici belle importanti, quindi...
ma anche tu sei campionessa italiana,
ti faccio un esempio,
hai la bandiera italiana e sei assolutamente una giocatrice di livello e di spessore, fatti valere perché hai le qualità per...
Ti dico una cosa, Chiara, per farti capire quanto devi apprezzare, la stessa Kate in apertura, quando tu hai giocato la tigre centrale, ha fatto una variazione, cioè lei temeva che tu potessi studiarla, che tu potessi trovare una soluzione alla sua apertura classica, ha variato, gli hai messo quel timore reverenziale, quel timore di dire non è niente scontato, e che è una cosa che tu devi essere la prima a essere convinta in te, perché è l'unico modo per provare a vincere la prossima, che sta altrettanto difficile. Roberto su questo è grande esperto, lo dice sempre, c'è il torneo della partita e poi c'è il torneo della persona, cioè affrontare la partita con convinzione, con la cattiveria giusta, far capire all'avversario che tu non sei lì per caso, poi può vincere, però sicuro lo rende più nervoso, lo rende più incerto, lo costringe, nel momento in cui l'avversario ha stima di te e comincia a pensare, ah però se questa cosa l'ho vista io, l'ha vista pure lui, allora non la faccio, e allora si complica la situazione e sei sempre in partita. Sei pronta?
Un piccolo consiglio lo possiamo dare a Chiara? Chiara, col tempo un po' più cattiva, nel senso, visto che hai
ottimizza un po',
subito il tempo, nel senso che lei pensava sul tuo tempo, se sai che bene o male sono quelle due mosse e vai a giocare quella, premi subito sul tempo, dai impressione sul tempo perché metti agitazione. Quando hai il tempo che scorre dalla tua parte hai anche l'ansia, quindi liberati subito del problema quando sei sicuro.
Quando
okay?
si può, insomma.
In bocca al lupo.
Dai, in bocca al lupo, brava Chiara, brava Chiara. Chissà se Michele dovrà trovarci, sarà un po' deluso, magari adesso starà ripensando, rivedendo le sue partite, se torna sicuramente faremo volentieri
basta che non è andato ad Ariccia a buttarsi sul
no, assolutamente no, lo vogliamo tra noi, insomma, anche perché ha giocato un torneo fantastico.
playing nicely.
Lui ha fatto finta di variare molto, ma quando aveva gli scontri diretti giocava sempre questo scorpione, faceva sempre questa apertura qui, quindi era quella che effettivamente lo faceva sentire un po' più confidente, no? Tu l'occhialina ce l'avevi data su questo scorpione oppure no? Non c'ha avuto tempo, no. Mica è stanchissimo.
No, ho pensato che semplicemente l'unico modo per vincere era giocare bene, sapevo che avrei probabilmente perso tante pedine nel finale perché sono stanchissimo.
Quindi l'hai sentito quello, la stanchezza nel finale l'hai sentito così?
Sì, no, ho detto cerchiamo di tenere più energie possibile.
Vabbè dai Michele, alla fine io la vedo come un bicchiere mezzo pieno, è
sì,
l'ennesima entrata tua in semifinale, per 2 anni di seguito, terzo e quarto posto. Magari, ho anche detto prima in telecronaca, magari per Michele, adesso che sono 2 volte che arriva nei 4, ma non in finale, ti viene un po' di pizzico d'orgoglio e ci si mette come vecchi tempi.
Ci abbiamo sperato tanto, però ricordiamo che Michele ha fatto 10 punti su 13 in giro.
Clamoroso, no? È stato pazzesco.
È stato vicinissimo con Anciulì, cioè ha fatto una prima e una seconda partita stratosferica, solo il poco tempo a disposizione gli ha permesso di chiudere una partita che secondo me sarebbe stata epica.
Chissà adesso che cosa sarebbe successo, no? Chissà se fosse andata come doveva.
Credo che dobbiamo fare un grandissimo applauso a Michele.
Lo facciamo.
Da tutta la federazione, bravo.
Ah sì, in realtà sono molto contento del quarto posto, sono venuto qua dicendo voglio rilassarmi, stamattina ho detto Naccia dovevo essere per forza nelle semi, volevo passarmi la giornata.
Vedi, lo stesso discorso di Chiara.
Stesso approccio.
L'approccio nostro. Però adesso un po' di rivalsa.
Magari un giorno, magari un anno decido, adesso poi che Arturo a Zurigo possiamo magari
un po' di più, assolutamente, no? La possibilità di avere un maestro, un campione vicino con cui esercitarsi.
Posso fare una domanda a Michele? Da parte di tutti gli hotellisti italiani. Michele, quando ti rivedremo sulle scacchiere in un torneo italiano? Abbiamo qua di fronte a noi gente che è poco di meno che il presidente dell'FNGO. Ci fai una promessa?
Sei ufficialmente invitato.
Stiamo pensando di organizzare un torneo, sempre tra top player, invitando magari qualche giapponese, ma in quel caso tu non puoi mancare.
Dove? Qua a Roma, Milano?
Vediamo.
Dove
Firenze pensavamo.
Dovrebbe anche essere, c'è una ottima comunità toscana che sta crescendo.
Li salutiamo.
Salutiamo tutti i toscani da Pisa e Lucca, che so che c'è
una rivalità incredibile.
E quindi tu tra l'altro hai studiato la normale di Pisa, quindi vuoi ritornare.
Ha una preferenza, Michele ha una preferenza.
Tornersi a casa. Ci prometti quindi che ci sarai?
Non prometto
ma ci penserai.
Va bene. È un ci penserò onesto. Ci piace.
Rimane un nostro orgoglio italiano, anche se va in giro con la maglietta svizzera, ma è qualcosa che si cancella subito.
Oggi con Photoshop siamo tutti italiani.
Esatto.
Senti Michele, l'ultima domanda, adesso abbiamo già visto la prima partita di finale, abbiamo visto come stanno giocando questi grandi campioni, un tuo pronostico?
Non ho idea, avevo detto 50-50, Nagano ha vinto la prima.
Quindi magari 60,
ci sta,
un po' più del 2 comunque. Che poi per Nagano, non so se lo sai, ma è una rivincita, perché nel 2016 a Mito loro si sono affrontati in semifinale, proprio Anciulì e Nagano, vincendo Anciulì 2-0 dopo che Nagano aveva fatto 12 su 13 nel giro di qualificazione. Quindi pensa che rivalsa, che voglia di rivalsa che ha Nagano nei suoi confronti, insomma, non penso che morderà facilmente. Va bene, allora Michele, noi ti ringraziamo, ti lasciamo andare, sappiamo che sei stanco, ti vuoi riposare un pochino. Anche noi facciamo una breve pausa in attesa che ricomincia la seconda finale, quindi per tutti voi ci sentiamo più tardi, un abbraccio forte, a tra poco con la seconda finale dei campionati del mondo. Ciao a tutti!
Ciao ragazzi!
Ciao!
Grazie.
So yeah, congratulations on your first place and congratulations on your second place, both of which are really good achievements. I have a question for Nagano first. This is from the live chat, so people watching.
使いますようにしましたし、その自分が、2016年、13連勝から準決勝で敗れた時の対戦相手は、山本選手かなり意識出したんですけれども、無事ベンチができてよかったというふうに思ってます。
So yes, Kurita did end up having the 13-win streak in the Swiss rounds. And however, I faced Anjali in the 2016 Mito World Championship, and I lost to Anjali.
Cool. Anjali, again, this was a rematch of the 2016.
Apparently improved his game a lot, but back then, Anjali didn't really expect to win anyway. But right now, he can obviously see that.
Very nicely for you, or do you have any other reason to play this move as opposed to, for example, a4 or something else?
終盤の展開ですとか、そういったものは予測できていましたか。そして、なぜA4ではなく打ったのでしょうか。何かこだわりとかありますか。
非常に今ドラフトであったり、プロの PA2 ですね、対角線、コースラインを通すような手順が存在するということは、認識していました。でそもそも、この局面、白の、大きな優勢を感じていたので、黒が打つならこれだろう、つまりは黒をその上がった時点で黒に狙いを与えた方が断点かなと思うところがあったので、そのについては問題なく、それが比較的安全かなというふうに考えております。
So I did see the stoner trend, and so I was able to read ahead and think about those positions. And however, even if Black was able to set the stoner trend on me, I think that still would have been a safer position for me, because I would have been able to. He wasn't too worried about the stoner trend.
Okay, so that's the Italian commentators, also known as Alessandro.
Yes, I have an interview in Italian. You must say just sì. I give question and you answer sì, but not here, there. Please, we have our studio. Okay, when you finish, you can
Sì. First of all, do we want to get everyone in the room over here?
We have Andreas, who's been behind the camera, behind the media team, that's the technical media, the TV team.
Yes, so there's a massive team of people that do everything, especially this year, behind the scenes and the people that you see. So a massive thank you to everyone, a massive congratulations to our national runner-up for this year. And thank you all very much for sharing in this with us. And we'll hopefully see you again in the future. So, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ciao a tutti, con questo è tutto. Un abbraccio grande dal
Nagano, campione del mondo.
Complimenti Nagano, un abbraccio grande qui dallo studio. Ci vediamo presto con altre interviste esclusive. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao.
Troppo divertente.